and the most murderous pogrom against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. We have in our thoughts today the victims of that appalling massacre, those who lost their lives, including the hostages murdered in captivity, and those whose lives have been changed forever. Every single hostage must be returned safely home and reunited with family and friends after 15 months of the most unimaginable cruelty at the hands of Hamas. Even in the midst of this unimaginable pain and anxiety, the families of those held hostage have kept the torch burning for their loved ones, with publicity highlighting their plight with such resilience and tremendous bravery. We're joined in the House today by the families of hostages who we know will not be eligible for immediate release. And I met recently with Emily Damery's mother Mandy and Danny Moran, whose son Omi is also in captivity. I think we all pay tribute to them all for their unceasing campaign to secure the release of their loved ones and all of those in captivity. This, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be a time of great emotions for them, mixed emotions, and in the coming weeks we must continue to wrap our arms around those hostage families. Madam Deputy Speaker, like the Foreign Secretary, I want to acknowledge the important role of Qatar, Egypt and, of course, the United States in getting us to where we are today in these talks. We will all follow these developments closely in the time and days ahead and expect the UK government to be fully engaged and involved in the heavy lifting that is really required now at this crucial time to make this agreement work and last. To that end, can I ask the Foreign Secretary whether he can tell the House specifically what role the United Kingdom government has played in these negotiations and its contribution to reaching this agreement? Can he give assurances that the UK will help Israel in any way possible to support the safe return of the hostages, which will be so critical in ensuring that this agreement is enduring? On the release of Palestinian prisoners, can the Foreign Secretary inform the House, it may be too early if not now, whether if any of those being released were responsible for the death or injury of British nationals, and the steps being put in place to manage risk potentially of dangerous individuals being set free? On the question of humanitarian aid to Gaza, what work has he undertaken to unpick the awful bottlenecks that we have seen over months and months, where we've seen innocent civilians suffer? Will they now receive the vital aid that we have been told that will get through to bring this essential relief to communities across Gaza? In relation to the future governance of Gaza, we have heard little so far about the day after plan, but this is extremely important, and I know that the Foreign Secretary will come back to this House in due course, but I would welcome his thoughts on this. Is it the case that the Foreign Secretary's position is that Hamas must have no role in the future of Gaza? We want to see an end to the brutality in the way in which they've conducted themselves. And if indeed the Palestinian Authority assumes responsibility in Gaza, does he agree that to endure and have a lasting peace, the Palestinian Authority must undertake the most comprehensive reform in its history, with serious shifts, not just in its behaviour, but when it comes to education and the welfare policy, and bring the course of democracy through to the end that we would like to see? Has he delivered this week that unambiguous message to the Palestinian leadership? The right people must be involved to ensure that solid foundations are put in place on which Gaza can rebuild, with that lasting future, a better future for every generation to live their lives in peace, but also with the opportunities that have been denied to them for too long. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in the days ahead, our focus needs to be on securing the release of the hostages, getting the aid into Gaza, working for this lasting peace. But there are some related points that the Foreign Secretary will also need to consider. For example, in relation to Israel, this includes whether the changes to the approach on the ICC arrest warrants will happen and what should happen from the government's position, and the arrangements for the future reconstruction of Gaza. The Foreign Secretary has just touched on this, but what contribution does he think the United Kingdom should make? His thoughts will be welcome, and there are many complexities here. Will he also commit to inserting the UK's enthusiastic approach to fresh discussions when it comes to the Abraham Accords and the role that will play in terms of peace and stability and prosperity in the region? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have seen for over a year the world's only Jewish state being ruthlessly attacked from all sides, from the Hamas terrorists in Gaza, Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, from which Iranian-linked militias in Iraq have been directing their course of action. while Iran and its proxies have also used innocent Palestinian civilians as human shields, without any care for their welfare or their well-being, we need to know that this government will step up when it comes to addressing the root causes which rest in Tehran. The government and the international community and all of us will want a robust strategy towards Iran if we want to build a lasting and sustainable peace in the Middle East.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Foreign Secretary for her remarks, the Shadow Foreign Secretary for her remarks, her tone, and can I put on record once again, because doing this role, one understands the effort that one's predecessors have put in, the member for Braintree, the member for Royal Sutton Coldfield, and Lord Cameron before me, I know made tremendous efforts on behalf of the UK government to get us to this point, and like me would sincerely have wished that we were here sooner than we have reached, but this is indeed a day on which we can be grateful for the UK's diplomacy in getting us to this path. She will know, and she asks about the role that the UK has played. She will know that it was quite right that Qatar and Egypt, with their proximity to Hamas, should be centred in bringing about this ceasefire. And the United States, with its particular relationship with Israel, should also stand alongside them. But she will know, because of our complex foreign policy relationship with all of those parties, the tremendous effort that UK diplomats have put in to get us to this path. And indeed, I was with them in Israel and in the occupied territories on Monday of this week. It was very important to be with British hostage families particularly, to assure them and counsel them that my judgment was that we would get to this point, as fragile as it is, and I do want to emphasise fragility, that we would get to this point at this time, but also to be in the occupied territories, in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, to spend time with President Abbas, to discuss with him what now needs to happen in terms of Gaza, in terms of their reconstruction, the reform that she rightly emphasises, that's essential for the Palestinian Authority. She knows that we have Sir Michael Barber working with the Palestinian Authority to lift up that capacity and the reforms that are going to be necessary to play that role, alongside others, clearly, in Gaza. And when I think about others, I think about the international community as well. But alongside them, it was important that the UK plays its part. I'll come back to the subject of reconstruction in a moment. She rightly talks about the situation, the humanitarian situation in Gaza too. We have provided 112 million this financial year, including 41 million specifically for UNRWA. We do want to see the amount of trucks go up and the figure that has been set in the ceasefire agreement met. I would say this though, the situation requires proper governance in the Palestinian Authority, in Gaza, if we are to achieve that. At the moment we have gangs. There's a possibility as the space opens up that actually we get an increase in gangs and less aid to the people that need it. This is the first phase of a deal. So there will still be hostages left after the first phase and into the second phase and potentially the third phase. We know that able men are not part of this first phase. They need humanitarian aid at this time, and hostage families press me to ensure that their loved ones are getting access to that humanitarian aid particularly. So this is a fragile moment, and the UK is pressing for a political process, because it is only a political process that doesn't just get you the ceasefire, it gets you the stability long term that means that Gazans can truly rebuild their lives. and she talks about a day after plan, the UK is ready to play a leading role in this process with international and regional partners. It should be predicated on tangible progress, in our view, towards a Palestinian state, with Gaza and the West Bank united under one government. The Palestinian PA's role in Gaza must therefore be front and centre. Planning needs to advance security for both Gazans and Israel. And Israel's security will be fundamental if we are to bring this to an end. And that will take intense negotiation and discussion. There clearly will be an important role for the international community in the coming days. But in this fragile moment of phase 1, if we are to complete phase 3, then we will need that intensity in terms of negotiation. And my view is very clear. There cannot be a role for Hamas. The terrorism must come to an end. Trust has got to be rebuilt. There cannot be a role for Hamas. And it's only by that candle that we keep alive for a two-state solution that we actually get to the normalization that is at the heart of any building on the Abraham Accords, and that relationship between Saudi Arabia and Israel that can bring a lot of prosperity for people in the Middle East. And she's right. Iran remains a malign force. British diplomats were discussing with Iran their nuclear program this week and what needs to happen if we are not to get the snapback of our sanctions as a consequence of the JCPOA later on this year. And we will do all we can diplomatically. This is a moment where the Iranians need to step up and do the right thing. And I know that this is acutely in the minds of the incoming administration in the United States. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Chair of the International Development Committee, Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement and support every word that he says. No one wants a ceasefire more than I do. I can't, well, tell you the tears that I and this House have shed for all the innocent civilians who have been murdered and maimed. I can't think what the families of the hostages are going through, and if I'm honest, I don't want to think what the hostages themselves have endured. But the ceasefire is far from certain. The peace following it is far from certain. And a two-state solution is very far from certain. But what is certain is on the 28th of January, the Knesset's legislation that effectively bans UNRWA comes into force. Yeah. And I am unable to see how the aid, the stability, the health systems, the schools can be implemented if that happens. My committee will be publishing a report on this tomorrow, but can the Foreign Secretary speak now about what he is doing to urge that legislation not to come into force and make sure that aid can flood in where it is needed? Yeah.
Well, I'm very grateful for the work of my honourable friend and her endeavours on behalf of this country and her committee on these issues. She's right. In the last Parliament and in this Parliament, colleagues on all sides have shed tears about this heartbreaking of conflicts. And in my 25 years in this Parliament, frankly, I have not seen such emotion from UK parliamentarians in relation to this central challenge. It is the position of the UK government that we do believe that in the midst of this conflict, where there are so many children out of school, there are so many children orphaned, there are so many hospitals lying in rubble, where there is disease, where there is famine, we cannot see how there cannot be a role for the central UN agency at this time, if this peace is to hold. And of course, I made that point to the Israeli government on Monday again. I wrote alongside my French and German colleagues to the Israeli foreign minister to make that point and press on the winterization plan that we believe has to be implemented. The clock is ticking down to that Knesset legislation. And what we don't want is this peace that begins on Sunday undermined by that legislation just a few days into its passing.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. This ceasefire is welcomed by all who have watched with horror as the suffering that began on the 7th of October 2023 has worsened for so many. And I wish to add my thanks to all those who have worked so hard to deliver it. I am thinking today of the Palestinians and Israelis I have met whose lives have been torn apart by this conflict and to whom this news brings a moment of hope. Of the British families of Israeli hostages who continue to live with uncertainty and fear about the fate of their loved ones, and of the Palestinians whose daughters, sons, sisters, brothers, mothers and fathers have lost their lives and homes. The priority must now be ensuring that humanitarian assistance floods into Gaza and that all efforts are made to secure the release of the remaining hostages. And I urge the Foreign Secretary to do everything in his power, as he has just said, to persuade Israel not to implement the Knesset's resolution on UNRWA, which would do so much harm and undermine the progress that is being made. I am today grateful that a deal has been reached, but I'm also angry that it has taken so long. In the months of delay, there's been no relief for the hostage families, and so many more lives have been lost and so much more destruction visited on people in Gaza, including further deaths even since the ceasefire deal was announced. The blocks to progress have been extremists on both sides, the terrorists in Hamas and the supporters of annexation in the Israeli cabinet, people who do not want peace, but who want to erase another population from the land. So I ask the Foreign Secretary, will the UK government isolate the extremists and empower the majority of Israelis and Palestinians who want peace? Will he recommit the UK to work tirelessly for a lasting peace through a two-state solution with a recognised Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders? Will he redouble efforts in diplomacy and through financial measures against the backers and enablers of Hamas to cut off their funds? Will he now prescribe the IRGC? Will he spell out to the governments of Israel and to the US that settler violence and illegal annexation in the West Bank must stop? And will the UK government now recognise the Palestinian state?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his remarks, his tone and the issues that he raises. He's right on UNRWA, as I have said. This is a critical period in this first phase, and withdrawing UNRWA, I believe, would destabilise this first phase, and I would ask Israel to think very, very carefully about how we get that surge in humanitarian aid, if that is the direction of travel. There are extremists on both sides. I am conscious that whilst we have this deal, and he's right, this deal was substantially on the table last May, put down by President Biden. Now, I think it has taken a Herculean effort, and it's important that President-elect Trump was there to ensure and apply pressure to get this over the line. And I think all of us in this House would applaud the bipartisan spirit, both envoys, from the current administration in the United States and the future administration in the United States in Qatar over the last few days to get this deal over the line. But he knows that the Israeli Security Cabinet is meeting over these next few hours to decide whether they are going to move forward with that deal. He knows as a politician that there are politicians currently in the government in Israel who are threatening to resign and bring down the government at this point in time. So he knows too how fragile this moment is. I urge our friends in the Israeli government to do the right thing and get this deal now over the line. And he knows too that we applaud the work of Egypt and Qatar and their mediation with Hamas, but there have been problems between those outside of Gaza associated with Hamas and those inside Gaza associated with Hamas, and that makes this first phase delicate too. Of course we want to see that two-state solution. My party is committed to Palestinian recognition at the right point, and he is absolutely right to raise the challenges on the West Bank. The unravelling of UNRWA would make the West Bank even more fragile than it currently is. And having been there on Monday, on security issues, on expansion, on settler violence, all have got worse in 2024, the worst year on record for violence and expansion. There is much to do.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also thank my right honourable friend for his statement, and thank everybody that's been involved for getting where we are now. It really is fantastic news. I appreciate how fragile it is, but it is still fantastic news. But I particularly want to commend the dignity and grace of the Palestinian and Israeli families who've lost loved ones, who are waiting for news about their loved ones. I wonder what lessons we can learn from them, from their commitment to peace and recognition of our common humanity and their desire to live alongside each other in peace.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and she has been on this issue day after day after day after day. I can't think of a colleague who's pressed me more on these issues on a regular basis, and she's right to centre the families on both sides, their dignity and their grace, and in a sense these historic peoples, all of whom want a home, all of whom want security, all of whom have been horribly, horribly affected by this most horrendous of wars. Our responsibility to them is to continue to press now for that political process that gets us to that two-state solution that we all know is the only way to achieve lasting peace.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
I think the Foreign Secretary has spoken to the whole House today in his tone and everything. And I'm sure he'd agree that it's possible to be foursquare behind the Israeli government in its right to defend itself and defeat Hamas, and at the same time to care about the suffering of the Palestinian people. So in this respect, will the Foreign Secretary use his charm, whatever influence he has on the incoming Trump administration, to use their power to convince the Israeli government that these illegal new settlements in the West Bank must stop, and the pressure on the Palestinian people in the West Bank must stop, because it is this which is fueling this sense of despair and fueling extremism in the future.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for bringing his tremendous experience in this House to bear in that question, and he's absolutely right. He will be pleased that when I discussed these issues with President Abbas on Monday, he was complimentary about the conversation that he had had with President-elect Trump on these matters. And of course, he has an existing relationship with President-elect Trump, and that left me very hopeful indeed. he's right. The expansion particularly undermines that 1967 settlement. It makes it very difficult to achieve that two-state solution. But in the absence of two-state, those who try to thwart that possibility are either saying their belief is in no state at all, which is entirely unacceptable, or it is in one state, in which they better get on and ensure equality for all.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will join me in paying tribute to the incredible bravery of the hostage families. We're joined in the House by the families of Tal Shoham, Nimrod Cohen, Ohad, Yahalomi, Omri, Miran, Shay, Levinson. I met with them this morning. Their suffering continues, the uncertainty, the sleepless nights while they wait for a final deal and to know whether their families will be coming home. What reassurances can the Foreign Secretary give to them and to the House that the UK will do everything in its power to make sure that their loved ones come home and all of the UK-related hostages come home as a matter of priority, and all the hostages as soon as possible to end their suffering?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue of hostages. Can I pay tribute to the 17 British nationals killed in this abhorrent attack since October the 7th? Our hope is that 3 of the UK and UK-linked hostages will be released in the first phase as they fall into the criteria for that release that we anticipate will be agreed later today. And of course, it is our sincere hope that as we get to the second and third phase, all hostages will be released. We continue to work with all hostage families, UK-linked hostage families, and that's why I was with many on Monday, and it's why our representatives and diplomats have been in touch with them just overnight and the last few days. This is the most difficult of times as they wait to see the fate of their loved ones. He will recognise that there was fighting yesterday. 9 IDF soldiers lost their lives. There was fighting this morning, and it's likely there will be fighting right up to that ceasefire on Sunday. And so this is the most challenging of moments as those hostage families wait, and in the coming days and weeks pray that their loved ones are returned.
James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to put on record my gratitude to the Foreign Secretary for the kind words that he said about the work that was done prior to his party forming a government, and I echo the praise that he has given to the US State Department, to the Egyptian and Qatari foreign ministers for the work that they've done getting this deal over the line. But as he said, it's not there yet. So I'd ask 2 things. To ensure that the hostages are released promptly, what can we do to make sure this deal does get over the line? And the second thing with regard to aid, sadly we have seen too much aid diverted away from the Palestinian people in Gaza and used to facilitate attacks against Israelis. So what will the department do to ensure, as best we can, that the aid gets to the people that need it and is not used to murder Israelis?
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman, and he sent us the important work of the United Kingdom in relation to the humanitarian aid question, particularly at this time. He will know that in order for the aid to get in, we have to have security. He will know that there is a critical role for the United Nations, who can achieve about 250 of that truck number. It is my sincere hope that Israel is able to restart the use of commercial organisations to increase that number even further. But he will recognise that this presents a massive challenge, as has been set out by the head of UNRWA and OCHA. And that challenge is really that against a backdrop of huge displacement of Gazans over this time, against a backdrop of gangs roaming the streets and therefore the worry that they actually get access to the aid as the space opens up, there is a lot to do, and therefore how we achieve that security with the Israelis withdrawing, how Gulf states get the confidence to step in and begin that reconstruction. They don't want to put money in if it's all going to be torn down a few weeks or months later, is critical. The UK has said we are ready to play that role on the day after and reconstruction. We want to work alongside the region and on tied with the United States to coordinate and build that. And he will also know that whilst a lot of emphasis was placed on the ceasefire, what happens next, there's much more to do and negotiate.
Uma Kamaran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Foreign Secretary said, today they're the first embers of hope after what has felt like perpetual agony for the people of Israel and Palestine. He mentioned that Gazans have been trapped in hell on earth, and for the families of those hostages, it has been a living nightmare. I know that the Foreign Secretary and his team will not rest until we see all the hostages released and a ceasefire taking full effect. He spoke of uncertainty for the path ahead. What more can the UK government do to play our role?
And applaud the expression of cautious optimism which he has given the House today. Cautious because, of course, at this time the agony of the hostages continue, and the urgent need for a quantum increase in humanitarian aid remains unrequited. The deal must be implemented in good faith, and I very much welcome the comment he made that Hamas can never again govern that space. Can I pay tribute to the extraordinary hard work and effectiveness of his diplomats and officials, and underline that Britain has a very important role to play in what comes next? And will he bear in mind that abject devastation can lead to unforeseen breakthroughs? Following the Yom Kippur War, we saw peace with Egypt, and it was after the Intifada that very significant progress was made on the Oslo Accords.
Well, the right honourable gentleman brings to bear his tremendous experience on these issues, built up over many years and many different roles in government and beyond. He's right to centre Hamas and the fact that they cannot play a role. But he probably, I think, agrees with me. I never believed, as some in the Israeli government believed, that they could eradicate Hamas solely by military force. What eradicates extremism is diplomacy and a political solution and a political horizon that pulls the rug from under the terrorists. And that's why it's hugely important that the UK now plays its full role on that political solution, that political horizon that actually brings about the peace, and not another generation of militant young men with terrorism and pain in their hearts.
Laura Kirksmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement. I've dared to feel some hope that this ceasefire could be the beginning of the end of 15 months of pain and suffering in Israel since the appalling Hamas attacks, and the end of 15 months in which the entire population of Gaza has wondered day in, day out if they will survive another day of bombing. As a result, the humanitarian situation is dire. Staff at the Al-Auda hospital, the only still partially functioning hospital in the north of Gaza, report that they have been entirely cut off from aid supplies. That long-awaited and failed so far flood of aid is absolutely necessary, but of course the success of aid efforts must be measured not just by how many trucks get in, essential as that is, but also by how many lives ultimately are protected and saved. What measures is the Foreign Secretary taking to ensure that that is the case urgently?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. 500,000 people have received essential health care as a result of UK funding in Gaza. It was very important when we came to office to support UK Med in their efforts. And over 600,000 young people in Gaza have received food as a result of our efforts. But there is a tremendous amount to do, and she knows that. The threat to UNRWA, I think, could thwart this in the coming days. How we really get those truckloads up, how the security is achieved to deliver for the Gazan people, and how people are returning to their homes, because that is now the hope, but she will understand that many of them are returning to rubble. They're returning to camps, actually, in the surrounds of their homes, and they will need aid and support for many, many, many years, and probably decades to come.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we hope for this ceasefire deal and for the release of hostages, we continue to mourn all of those who've been killed since the vicious terrorist attack by Hamas on the 7th of October 2023. And in that respect, my mind's very much with the 6 little babies who didn't see this proposal because they froze to death in Gaza just a few short weeks ago. And that collective punishment of the Palestinian people will not be forgotten by history, just as all of those who sat silent, who encouraged and who armed extremists in the Israeli government will be judged by history too. But this ceasefire deal is not yet certain. It's been widely reported this morning that the Israeli cabinet has not yet signed it off. So can the Secretary of State please elaborate? What would the consequences be for any reneging on this deal either by Hamas or indeed by the Israeli government?
Well, can I say to the Honourable Gentleman that this party has always stressed the seriousness, of course, of the security and Israel's security in this most toughest of neighbourhood with Iran and its proxies up to so much malign intent. But we have always insisted that it must be within international humanitarian law, and we have raised our concerns at every turn when we felt that that was being breached. And can I also say to him that it is my sincere hope, as the Israeli cabinet meet to approve this deal, that in this most serious of moments, that they hear what President-elect Trump has said about his expectations on this deal, that they hear a united House of Commons at this moment and our expectations on this deal, and that they do the right thing.
Andy Slaughter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Foreign Secretary rightly says we must use this agreement to establish a pathway to a two-state solution. Steps along that pathway were set out in the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice handed down last July, which would give the reassurance and security to allow for reconstruction in Gaza. When will the government publish its response to that opinion?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend and for all of his championing and his work over the last few months to centre the plight of people in Gaza particularly. And I know he has tremendous legal expertise in these matters, and I assure him that this issue is being studied in depth by the appropriate legal minds in government, and we hope to be able to say more when that process is complete.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every Friday since October the 7th, many people have gathered in Boreham Wood, in the heart of my constituency, with a simple message: bring them home. Yeah. And can I urge the Foreign Secretary to use all the diplomatic efforts of His Majesty's government to bring that vision to bear. The first thing, of course, being to secure agreement from the Israeli cabinet. And then, as he says, at each stage along the process, this can go wrong. Can we keep a focus on the delivery of bringing them home? And if, as we all hope and pray, we have an enduring ceasefire, can he update the House on the role that our friends and allies in the Gulf states can play in the rebuilding of Gaza? Because this will be crucial in ensuring that peace endures. Yeah.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for bringing to bear his constituency and that family of constituencies that we have in North London, where that candle for those hostages has been lit every single Friday, and that includes in the Stamford Hill area of my own constituency, which he knows is one of the historic homes of the Jewish community, many of them having migrated to Boreham Wood and Hertfordshire over the years. He's right to mention the importance of the Gulf states in relation to this. They can do so much on the reconstruction and the rebuilding of Gaza. They can do so much, I think, to support a rehabilitated and reformed PA. They can do so much to support the monitoring and the security arrangements that might need to be put in place, that will need to be put in place, if Israel is to be assured that they can withdraw and that Hamas will not attack them again. And we should remember the rocket fire that Israel experienced over many, many years, including, of course, the attack on October the 7th. So there's a key role for them, but they will not take up that role unless there's renewed, continued negotiation beyond phase 1, and that begins in 16-day time, and they will need a political horizon too.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the ceasefire. 15 months of relentless bombing of hospitals, schools, refugee camps, women and children. For the ceasefire to last, it's really important that Israel has to be compelled to recognise that Palestinians have right to freedom, justice and self-determination. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary what steps are being taken to thicken the thin layer of ice on which this ceasefire agreement is skating on, and to tell us what steps have been taken for negotiations for a two-state solution, which is at the heart and root cause of this problem, and to ensure that East Jerusalem is the capital of Palestine?
Here.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious how many people are on their feet. I will attempt to go a little bit quicker over this period. I say to my honourable friend, the Palestinian cause is a just cause. Two-state solution is where we've got to be. A political process is necessary. I will play my full part, and I reassured President Abbas that we will do that over the coming days and weeks.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Very on. And as we, of course, live in hope of a ceasefire and the release of the hostages, we cannot, however, forget everything that has come before. The mass atrocities on October the 7th were followed by 15 months of destruction waged against Gaza civilians by the Israeli government. He mentioned how we eradicate extremism. Extremism is also eradicated by justice. Only justice in itself seeks redress to crimes. What steps is he taking, therefore, to support the ICJ and the ICC to hold all perpetrators of war crimes to account? And will he publish the full record of the UK's political and military involvement in the conflict so far?
Well, we have always been clear at the importance of international humanitarian law. And we have always been clear on the importance of our international courts to determine this. And let me be crystal clear. Many men and women died in this country in the Second World War to achieve the settlement that gave us international humanitarian law and the architecture that we all rely on. And it's for that reason that this party will never renege on our responsibilities in relation to international humanitarian law.
To hear, Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary rightly mentions the Houthis and their attacks. Now, we cannot forget peace in the region will only come about if Yemen also receives the same privilege as the Palestinians, whereby there's got to be a peace solution for Yemenis. Now, two-state solution is what was mentioned as well. I, along with my constituents, believe that these are only warm words. I do not believe this government will recognise Palestine as a state in this parliament. Can the Secretary of State prove me wrong?
Well, can I say to the gentleman on Yemen that the Minister for the Middle East is travelling to New York to meet with the Yemeni Foreign Minister to discuss these issues at this time, and he's absolutely right. The role of the Houthis and their horrendous behaviour, sabotaging international trade and killing people in the Red Sea, is entirely unacceptable. And this will be very interesting. We've got this ceasefire. Will they hold to the ceasefire in relation to the Red Sea? We will act where we need to deal with the problems that we're seeing in the Red Sea. And I would say to the Honourable Gentleman, this is a moment to have hope for those two states, and to keep that alive. And with a new incoming Trump administration and their previous commitment to the Abraham Accords, I would ask him to be hopeful in relation to achieving that full recognition and those two states.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Foreign Secretary's tone, content and above all else cautious statements that he's made. Clearly there are concerns that as a part of this deal that Hamas are trying to resile from the commitments they've made. In fact, the Hamas leader overnight praised the events of October the 7th, vowed to keep repeating them until Israel is eliminated, and called upon all his followers to continue the fight. Equally, what the Foreign Secretary hasn't mentioned is that part of this deal, as I understand it, is the release of convicted Palestinian prisoners who are convicted of terrorist offences. So the risk is that those will return and cause more problems. So what can he do to make sure that indeed Hamas are eliminated from government in Gaza, so that the Palestinian Authority can take control and make sure that actually peace is restored to the region? And we look forward to the release of the hostages and indeed cessation of hostilities.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is right that over this period we could see up to 1,500 prisoners released. And it will be weighing very hard on the hearts of many Israelis that amongst those prisoners will be people who have committed murder. And it will be heavy on their hearts that they're returning to Gaza. And our view is you need a political process if you are to undermine seasoned terrorists who, by necessity, are swapped to get these hostages out. This is a delicate process. There's a process within Israel where some of those families affected can object, but he's right to recognise the balance that is struck in order to achieve the hostage deal and the necessary ceasefire over the coming days.
Melanie Ward.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as a former aid worker, in April last year I was in Gaza and witnessed the enormity of the horror and destruction for Palestinians there. The scale of the human trauma of the last 15 months is a gaping wound on the conscience of the world. Israeli babies held hostage, some 20,000 Palestinian children killed. The Foreign Secretary has made clear he agrees it is desperately important that this ceasefire agreement holds, goes ahead, and that the deal is implemented in full, including the reconstruction of Gaza, and he is absolutely right. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that the Palestinians of Gaza, including my friends and former colleagues, Mahmoud, Mohammed, Mo, Fikr, Wasim, and so many others displaced within and outside Gaza, must have free movement to return to their homes or what is left of them, and that this must include the reopening of the Rafah crossing?
Well, can I pay tribute to my honourable friend, who I know has lost friends and colleagues over the course of these past 15 months, and can I pay tribute to her work before coming into this place and her work now. The Rafah crossing must open. It's part of this deal that the Rafah crossing with Egypt will open and that the 2.3 million displaced civilians will be allowed to return home on foot via a coastal road. And she, I know, recognises the tremendous medical support that's still necessary across the country, the many, many children without parents. And can I say personally, as a parent of an adopted child, that I am particularly concerned about the many orphans and how we provide for them in the coming months and days.
Ayub Khan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I place on record my appreciation and gratitude to all nations that participated in securing this deal, especially Qatar. I know that I, along with members from both houses, were there last year in, I believe it was October or November, during the Qatari Doha Forum. We all know that there have been many deals and ceasefires on record which Israel has withdrawn from in the past. And the Minister quite rightly says this deal is a fragile deal. Other than urging Israel, what tangible steps is this government going to take to ensure that Israel sticks to the deal instead of going back to the mass killings of innocent Palestinians?
I was with the Qatari Foreign Minister on Sunday, and we were in touch overnight. And of course, I thanked him for his tremendous work to get this deal over the line. I think we've become friends over the last few months in working together. And there is much that the UK government can do and will continue to do. I said on radio last week that diplomacy is failing until it achieves success. And he will know, I'm sure, from his experience and wisdom, that success has many fathers and mothers.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the announcement of this long overdue ceasefire today, and my thoughts are with all of those who have lost loved ones on and since the 7th of October, the families of hostages anxiously awaiting news, and the tens of thousands of families in Gaza who've suffered bereavement displacement and destitution. My thoughts are also with all of those for whom this announcement today is bittersweet, and I think particularly of Rachel Goldberg, the mother of Hirsch Goldberg-Pollin, who I met with in February in East Jerusalem, who has campaigned with such dignity for the release of her son, who tragically was killed in August. And I think of the families in Gaza who are losing their loved ones even now as this ceasefire is being announced. But while the war has raged in Gaza, the activity of settlers in the West Bank has dramatically increased, taking land that does not belong to them in a systematic attempt to undermine the possibility of a viable Palestinian state. As our thoughts now turn to the peace process ahead and the aim of a two-state solution, what action is the Foreign Secretary taking to address illegal settlement? Without a more robust approach, a two-state solution simply cannot be achieved.
Well, can I pay tribute to my honourable friend? We've worked together over many years. Her constituency in so many ways is not dissimilar from mine, and I know how heartrending this has been for her constituents. And I also know the grace, the manner and the fortitude with which she's represented their interests very strongly within the Labour movement. She's absolutely right to centre the West Bank, the expansion, the violence that undermines a two-state solution. It was very important for me to be able to discuss these issues with President Abbas. It's hugely important that one of the critical roles that the UK government plays is in supporting the reform and the support of the Palestinian Authority. That work must continue. We stand by those 1967 borders that we think can achieve the two-state solution that's required. We worry about the security situation in the West Bank. We worry, of course, about the arms and the supplies that are coming in from malign forces, particularly Iran and some neighbouring states. But we also have an intense dialogue with the Israeli government about some breaches, we believe, of international law in relation to how the area is properly secured and policed. And we certainly don't want to see the language, the rhetoric, the behaviour that undermines the possibility of a two-state solution.
Kit Malthouse.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The return of hostages and the end of daily massacres of civilians is profoundly to be welcomed. And while the Foreign Secretary has attributed much of the work to diplomats, it's obvious that whatever you think about him, by all reports, the critical intervention has been that of President-elect Trump. And while he has issued public threats to Hamas, he's quite obviously, again by all reports, outlined a series of consequences and accountabilities to the Israeli government. So as we look towards the worsening situation in the West Bank, is there a lesson here, Madam Deputy Speaker, for British foreign policy in this regard? That, as many of us in this House have urged over the last 14 months, talking does not work. And unless it is followed up with sure and certain consequence and accountability, whether that's bilateral or indeed through international institutions, there will be no movement.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman, too, I know, follows these issues very closely and sometimes been a lone voice on his own side on these issues. And he will know that the UK government under us has had to take bilateral decisions that have been very difficult ones because of our concerns about breaches of international humanitarian law. My own reflections are that this has been, in some ways, the most challenging of political environments for this conflict, partly because there was an election in the United States for much of 2024. And had we been able to achieve a more bipartisan approach sooner, we might have seen the pressure that was necessary to bring both parties to the deal that we have finally reached. But I'm very pleased that the President-elect's envoy was able to work with Joe Biden's envoy and actually bring this thing over the line. But it's fragile, and I await the decision that will necessarily come from the Israeli Security Cabinet at this time.
Paul Wall.
Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary and the Development Minister and the Middle East Minister for all the hard work they've done, both in public and in private, to secure today's attempt at a ceasefire, and also to bring the hostages home and get as much humanitarian aid in as possible. But can I raise Tom Fletcher, the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, his remarks where he said today, this deal could have been done a year ago. And the ferocity of the killing by Israel and Hamas has been, and I quote, a 21st century atrocity. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that there will only be lasting peace in the Middle East if the Israeli government and the international community both treat all lives as equal, and that a Palestinian child's life is as equal as that as an Israeli's?
Yeah. Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for the work that he's done both before coming to this place and, of course, within the context of his new constituency on these issues. Thank you very much for bringing to mind the role of my dear colleagues for development and on the Middle East. But let me thank also previous colleagues with those portfolios and indeed shadow colleagues with those portfolios. Many of us have played a part to ensure that we get to this end, and he's right too that there will be time for a lot of reflection on how we got here and why we got here. But I think the critical thing for me at this moment is that this ceasefire holds, that we get beyond the first phase to the second phase, that we get to the third phase, and the third phase, it seems to me, can only hold if we have a political process. That is the attention that I must pay to actually bring about a lasting peace.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I echo those who thanked the Foreign Secretary for the tone that he's taken today and the way in which he's reflected the feeling of the whole House. Relief that there is at last some hope for the families of the hostages who are here today, and also for the population in Gaza. He's spoken of the need of a political process to ensure that this process succeeds, and he's spoken about the hope that needs to be part of eradicating extremism in the Middle East. So would he agree that perhaps this is that appropriate time he's talked about, of holding out the hope of a two-state solution, of a Palestinian state, and that now might be the perfect time for this government to recognise a state of Palestine?
Well, the Honourable Lady is right that a two-state solution is the only way to establish peace. She knows too that recognition in of itself does not achieve that. It's always been my view that alongside important international partners like France, this is an important issue. If we're serious and we achieve that political process, then it, I think, might right and properly be that recognition is part of that process to cement the two states that are necessary. And this government, and I suspect previous governments, fully understand the importance of the UK role and applying that at the appropriate moment, precisely because we have that distinguished responsibility of having a seat on the United Nations Security Council.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that everybody in this House will hold in their hearts for the next couple of days my constituent Sharon, whose father Oded is the oldest hostage that we're waiting for news on, and that we hope we might see some news this weekend. Oded is 85. I hold out hope for him because we don't know what has happened to him, but we do know that Oded spent his life being a peace activist, campaigning for a two-state solution, and indeed driving Gazans to hospital. So can I ask the Secretary of State, in the spirit of Oded and the work that he has done in his life, will he now work with his colleagues in the Department of Health to offer those young Palestinians who urgently need medical help the support they need here in the UK?
Hear, hear.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for the work she does and for our friendship over many years. Oded is a retired Israeli journalist who was taken from his own. His wife, Yokovid, was also taken but released in October 2023. And Oded's daughter, Sharon, is a British national. She resides in my honourable friend's constituency, and she has tirelessly campaigned for his release. And that is what we want to see over this next period. And there, of course, is a role for our own medical services where appropriate, and I will continue to work with my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, on these issues, and she should be reassured that actually he raised these very same issues with me this very week on how we can do more in relation to this.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary is absolutely right to say that both Israel and Hamas must see that this deal is successful and they must stick to the terms that have been outlined, and he's right to say that. But as he came to this House, we know that the Israeli Prime Minister has said that he wants to delay a vote in Cabinet because there have been last-minute changes to what Hamas are requiring. Has this Foreign Secretary been briefed on what those perceived or accusatory changes are, and could he outline some of that to the House, bearing in mind national security implications? And can he make it? Can he tell the House how he, in his position, will make it absolutely clear to both sides that it is this deal or no deal, and that if they do not get this deal through, that we will enter a further period of grave instability in the region and more lives will be lost?
Let me be crystal clear. It is the UK government's position that this deal is now final and needs to be implemented. And I urge colleagues in the Israeli government to do the right thing at this time, in the hours available, before Sunday, and implement, get on and sign off this deal.
Sana Begum.
Speaker, Israel denied that it was holding Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, the director of Kamal Adwan Hospital, only to confirm that it had in fact detained him. There are reports that he is currently being tortured in prison. The Foreign Secretary mentioned earlier today in his statement that the history of this conflict is littered with missed opportunities. Can he take the opportunity today to clearly condemn the conduct of Israel's indefinite mass incommunicado detention of Palestinians en masse without charge or trial, and what action is the government taking in light of the ceasefire offer on the table on its close allies' pattern of deadly attacks on healthcare, which are clearly part of an intention to destroy and degrade Palestinians as a group?
Well, can I say to the Honourable Lady that we have raised these issues with the Israeli government and through the Christmas period, and at this time we recognise that there is pain, we recognise there is concerns about international humanitarian law, but all of us have a responsibility in this House to do all we can to bridge the divides if we are to ensure that this deal holds and the people of Gaza get the respite that I know that she has been campaigning for many, many months indeed.
Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome this ceasefire agreement and, with colleagues across the House, fervently hope that the Israeli Cabinet will approve it. But I think we all recognise that the ceasefire, while it may bring an end to the current extremes of violence, is not an end to the conflict. For lasting peace, there are a number of conditions that need to be met. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary, will he set out a timetable for UK recognition of the state of Palestine? And will he set out the concrete steps he will take to end the occupation and to ensure that all those who've committed war crimes are held fully accountable?
Well, can I say to the Honourable Lady, I can't set out a timetable because the UK government alone cannot possibly be responsible for a timetable that necessarily will involve the Israeli government, the Palestinian Authority, our friends in the United States, and Arab partners particularly. So it's not going to be possible for me to set out a timetable on these issues, but I would ask her to have faith. That's why I sat down with President Abbas this week to discuss these very same issues. And on the question that she rightly raises of accountability, that must be a necessary matter for our international courts. And I've said from this dispatch box why we hold dear in this party the importance of international humanitarian law.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I applaud the Foreign Secretary for this very welcome statement today? Whilst bricks and mortar is crucial to rebuild Gaza, what more can the Secretary of State say about investing in the democratic, the justice and the security institutions there to help underpin the movement towards a possible two-state solution in the future?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for that question. The United Kingdom has unique capability and experience in governance issues particularly. We have unique partners, not just partnerships, not just with Israel, but clearly with the Palestinian Authority and Arab partners, and of course a special relationship with the United States. So we are uniquely positioned in relation to this next phase. And I look forward to discussing these issues with the incoming Secretary of State, Senator Rubio, in his role in the coming months to see what more the United Kingdom can do.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement, express hope that this ceasefire is agreed and implemented and that the humanitarian aid we want to see follows on from it. In that light, does the Foreign Secretary share my concern at evidence that UNRWA has been penetrated by Hamas and that the school curriculum in schools run by UNRWA have propagated hate? Does he agree with me that the reform of UNRWA is a job that hasn't yet been finished? It needs to be looked at. So there's no that UNRWA does not act as a place where terrorists can hide and hate can be promoted.
Well, I was horrified at the allegations against UNRWA when they came up. And it was entirely proper and appropriate that the United Nations got someone of eminence and importance to play the role to look at these issues. I know Madam Colonna. I spoke to Madam Colonna following her review, and in re-establishing funding to UNRWA, we gave £1 million to the UN to assist with them in the implementation of her plan. You're right that that process is not yet complete, but it is also the case that we heard again this morning from United Nations representative that they are reassured that that process is happening, is underway, and that UNRWA cannot be a hiding place and can never be a hiding place for those who would commit terrorism.
John McDonnell.
Can I bring him back to the issue about the recognition of the state of Palestine? Because I agree with him, we've got to maintain the momentum of hope for all concerned. Although he can't give us a timeline today, could he set out the criteria that the government will use to judge that the time is right for the recognition of the state of Palestine?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend will know that in some ways this is a moment of peril when we talk about that political process. On the one hand, we have the potential for Saudi normalisation and two states for the Palestinian people. On the other hand, we have those, some in Israel, who will never be committed to two states and talk instead of annexation. These two are opposite things. And that's why the next few months are so important, and it would be folly for me to stand at this dispatch box and give timetables.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Obviously, we hope that the Israeli cabinet makes a rapid decision to support this ceasefire agreement. But a ceasefire agreement is only a ceasefire, and one hopes it's going to be rapidly followed by the release of all of the hostages and of the prisoners as been agreed. However, there have been some major developments over the past 2 years, particularly on the legal front, where the International Court of Justice has recognised acts of a genocidal nature have taken place and also called for Israeli withdrawal from the West Bank and an end to the settlement policy. Will the Foreign Secretary commit the British government to demanding that all of the ICJ recommendations are carried out and that Israel does have a programme of withdrawal from the West Bank and an end to the settlement policy? There cannot be any peace for the Palestinian people whilst they remain under occupation. They've suffered so much, they've lost so much, they've lost so many, and the mental scars of the people of Gaza are now going to be intergenerational. They're going to need a lot of support to get through this, and above all, international recognition of the State of Palestine.
Well, let me begin by recognising the unique way in which the Honourable Gentleman has raised these issues in this House over a lifetime of work, and his commitment to justice and accountability in this particular era. It is right and proper that international humanitarian law is followed, and it is right and proper that the international courts do their work. And let me also be clear that this government does not believe in illegal occupation, that this government is committed to two states. And let me repeat again, we cannot tolerate the violence. We cannot tolerate the expansion. We recommit ourselves to continuing to work with civil society on the ground in the West Bank and the occupied territory who are documenting these things, and actually both governments have continued to support those organisations over many, many years. And clearly when we get to that settlement, it will essentially come down to swaps and very serious negotiation in terms of that land on both sides. We recognise that, and that's why expansion is so thoroughly unacceptable.
Gordon McKee.
Thank you. Ceasefire is good news. It's been welcomed around the world, and it will be welcomed by my constituents as well. It's a time of relief, but also of great grief for the many tens of thousands of lives that have been lost. In November, I visited the West Bank and I met with the director of UNRWA, who said that he had no idea how aid would get into Gaza if and when the Israeli ban on UNRWA passes. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary, what more can the government do to make sure that this ban is lifted and aid gets into Gaza?
Well, I too met with the director of UNRWA in the occupied territories this week. He repeated that to me, and I recognise his assessment. I spoke to the Israeli government about this very same issue, and what they said to me, of course that was prior to this ceasefire being reached, was that they believe that other UN agencies, NGOs on the ground, and international parties could step into the breach. And I reminded them, as an occupying power, about their legal responsibilities, about our long-standing concerns anyway about humanitarian aid, about the prospect of undermining an agreement that I hope would be reached when I was with them on Monday. And for all of those reasons, I do hope that they reflect and step back from implementing this Knesset legislation.
Brendan O'Hara.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the celebrations in Gaza which welcomed the ceasefire were matched only by the relief of the hostages' families that their loved ones were finally coming home. In the hours that followed, however, scores of Palestinian civilians were killed, and the Israeli government declared that it will not meet today to ratify this deal in what is an unspeakably cruel blow to those seeking peace and the return of the hostages. Both my right honourable friend from Aberdeen South and the member for Birmingham Perry Barr have asked, but in the absence of a reply, I'll ask again. If Israel does not agree this deal and continues to prosecute this conflict as it has to date, what will the consequences be for Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government?
I say to the honourable gentleman that this is a moment having met those hostage families, having prayed for the life particularly of Emily Damari, having met Palestinians with family in Gaza, where I insist from this dispatch box that I'm going to hold out for hope, I'm going to hold out for that deal being implemented on Sunday. I've been really clear about the responsibilities I believe that the Israeli government need to meet. We are meeting here in this house on a Thursday. There are days before Sunday. I believe a settlement will be reached. I will continue to work, and we will continue to work with the current administration in America and indeed President-elect's administration. He has made his views clear. I will not give in to the cynicism that we will not get to that deal on Sunday and this process will not begin.
I trust the government will do all it can to ensure that the ceasefire leads to a lasting peace, a peace based on two-state solution that addresses the root causes of the violence and creates a future in which the rights and security of people in the region are respected. Will he now redouble his efforts in urging his counterparts in Israel to grant full access to humanitarian organizations such as UN that are urgently seeking to deliver aid in Gaza, as well as to ensure journalists have unfettered access to report on the situation?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. Journalists now need to be able to get in and report what is happening on the ground. And thank you for giving me a moment to call to mind the many aid workers who have died in this conflict, more than any other conflict in history, and thank them for their humanitarian effort, and repeat again that part of the settlement that came out of the Second World War was that there was deconfliction for aid workers working in the most severe of circumstances. That is the expectation of the international community. And we deplore the fact that it has not been met so egregiously in this most horrendous of wars.
Al Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful to the Foreign Secretary for his statement, and I also pay tribute to all who have helped bring about this agreement to stop the killing, and I pray that Israel accepts and honours the agreement and subsequent stages. The Foreign Secretary spoke about darkness, and October the 7th was indeed a dark day for innocent Israelis and Palestinians and humanity. However, it would be unjust not to acknowledge that the Palestinians have been suffering dark days every day for over 75 years, with the UK and international community turning a blind eye and many aiding and abetting. We all welcome the announcement of this ceasefire to suspend hostilities in Gaza, and while we hope and pray this temporary pause will free all hostages on both sides, save Palestinian and Israeli lives, and alleviate some of the unspeakable suffering the Israeli military has inflicted on Gaza, it marks the beginning, not the end, of efforts to restore health, dignity, justice, and freedom to the Palestinian people who have suffered beyond words. Will the Foreign Secretary confirm that the UK will oppose any attempt by Israel to annex or settle parts of Gaza or further parts of the West Bank? And will he confirm the UK's commitment to ending the long-standing root causes of violence and humanitarian needs in the occupied Palestinian territories, including Israel's illegal occupation, blockade, and widespread violations of international law?
Well, can I say to the honourable gentleman that I suspect that we might disagree sometimes on matter of politics, but I've always respected in the short time that he's been in this House the kind of humility and the faith that he brings to the strength of his questions, and I felt that again today. And let me be absolutely clear that we stand opposed to expansion, we stand opposed to the violence that we see, and we are opposed to any talk of annexation which would breach international UN resolutions that successive governments here in the United Kingdom have supported. And whilst he's right, it certainly was the case that for some years, particularly in that period after the Abraham Accords, this House stopped talking about a two-state solution. I think right across the House people recognise that is the only way out of this crisis.
Damien Egan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I too would like to add my thanks to the Foreign Secretary for his statement, and particularly the words around how do we break out of the cycles of violence that many of us will be worried will replicate themselves in the future, and how do we move forward to a peaceful future. It's a bittersweet deal in many ways, because the reality is we've seen overnight Hamas putting their uniforms back on, waving their rifles and celebrating, and they are still there. One of their leaders has said they would do it all over again, just this morning, October the 7th, all over again. The international community needs to unite to ensure that they can't and free the people of Gaza from Hamas. So I'd like to ask what steps the government can take to change the reality for Hamas, stopping the weapons from Iran, funding from states like Qatar, but also genuine soul-searching and reflection from those international agencies on the ground to ensure that they're doing everything they can so that they're not repeating mistakes and either at best turning a blind eye to collaboration with Hamas. So.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his question. It's really important to continue to remember the tremendous trauma that exists in Israel as a result of October the 7th, the worst atrocity since the Holocaust for the Jewish people. It's really important to remember that in the wake of this deal that we want to see over the line, that yes, there have been Hamas fighters on the street firing their rifles and saying they would do it again, and that does not lead to a context in which the Israeli people feel safe in their own land. And he's absolutely right that Iran continues to destabilize the region through its political, financial and military support to Hamas and to other partners in the region. And very, very sadly, if we do not do all we can to come together here in the United Kingdom, to play our role internationally, to get to that political process, very sadly, it's my judgment that in 25 years' time, another generation of politicians, and some younger politicians in this House, will be here again, debating the same issue, more violence, more pain, more loss of life, and still not two states.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Foreign Secretary very much for his sombre tone and soft words but very strong words. I think they're appreciated by us all. I very much welcome the fact that a ceasefire is imminent and that the hostages will soon be returned home. Will the Foreign Secretary outline what discussions have taken place with our American allies to ensure that aid gets to where it needs to be in a safe and concerted effort? And what does the Foreign Secretary imagine our role to be in ongoing negotiations to support Israel and to find a peaceful way forward? Thank you.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman who is always on these issues and on the issue of terrorism, particularly conflict and peace. Let me say to him that I have worked very closely and so closely with the Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and let me pay tribute to him, I suspect for the last time, from this dispatch box for all the work. And I sent him a message last night saying what a pleasure it was to see him standing behind Joe Biden. And I know more than many, and my predecessors will know this, how much work he put into getting this over the line. But I also know that it was really important that President-elect Trump and his team stepped up in these last few days. There is a critical role for the UK for the reasons that I've set out, and we will play that role.
Paula Barker.
Mr. Speaker, it has been a long and painful road to get to this point, but today's welcome news of a ceasefire deal is finally a sliver of hope. It's always been clear that the release of hostages and a ceasefire were necessary steps to pull the Middle East from this abyss, which has cruelly taken so many innocent lives. But I wanted to touch on the point that the Foreign Secretary has just made from the dispatch box about in 25 years' time, another generation of politicians and younger politicians in this House could be debating the two-state solution. I have said many times to the Foreign Secretary that the recognition of a Palestinian state is not the byproduct, it is the route to recognition. So will he be brave, will he be bold, and will he ensure that we are not here in 25 years' time debating a two-state solution, because he is going to recognise the state of Palestine much, much quicker than that.
Very grateful to my honourable friend and for the way in which she has championed these issues on behalf of her constituents, pressed them again and again and again and again. And let me say to her, the real dilemma in terms of Palestinian recognition. There are some who want Palestinian recognition, essentially because they believe that two states is years away and will never be achieved. And they want the UK government to say, we'll do it now, put a marker in the sand, despite the fact that it's years away and it will never be achieved. And there are others who recognise the important role of the UK in relation to its responsibilities as a permanent member of the UN Security Council, and therefore understand that we will do that, but we will do it when we know it's going to happen and it's in sight. This is one of those critical moments. One of those critical moments, and believe me, I will play my part.
Shawkat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, on the streets of Gaza, mothers came out to celebrate with the news of the impending peace deal. Today, many of these mothers were crouching over loved ones as news comes in of a further 73 Palestinians being killed. 73 added on to the thousands and thousands that have already been killed, but it appears when it comes to the number of Palestinians dead, that's all it seems to be, numbers. Would the Foreign Secretary agree that no justice and no meaningful peace can be achieved if we continue to allow the cries of the oppressed go unheard? And I ask this not as a political rival, but as a fellow human being. The Palestinian people, and indeed the families of the hostages, have no more time for rhetoric, platitudes, and words. What are we going to do to ensure that this peace deal goes ahead and justice is given beyond words, so no more innocent blood is shed?
Hear, hear.
Well, let me say to the honourable gentleman that the Palestinian cause is a just cause, and that is why we recommit to two states. And you can hold in your heart the pain of the Israeli people, the plight of those hostages and their families, and you can hold in your heart at the same time the awful damage, pain and suffering that this has wrought on Gaza, on well over 45,000 Palestinian people having lost their lives. You can hold those two things at the same time. And that is, of course, what the UK government attempts to do as it tries to bring about conciliation, tries to uphold international humanitarian law, and ultimately wants to get to a process that brings about genuine peace where these two countries can live side by side with security and peace.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. The news of a possible deal is very welcome indeed, and I wish to associate myself with the hopes of colleagues across this House that the hostages are released, returned, and that humanitarian aid is flooded into Gaza as soon as possible. We know the only way to ensure a lasting peace is for that two-state solution. So can my right honourable friend outline what steps the government will take to support the creation of an international fund for Israeli-Palestinian peace?
Well, can I say to my honourable friend that we absolutely support that and we will continue to work towards that.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I join the sentiments of relief and hope for peace after a 15-month-long horrific ordeal. However, a ceasefire cannot take away from the fact that Israel is on trial for genocide and its leaders have arrest warrants in their name for their crimes committed against the people of Gaza. A ceasefire does not change that fact, and justice, accountability must be realised in the face of some of the most horrific crimes, war crimes of our times. Will therefore the Minister confirm that the government will stand by its commitment to treaties under international law and uphold the requirements of the arrest warrants already issued?
We are signatories to the Treaty of Rome and we will comply with our legal obligations, not just because we should, but because we believe in them.
Harry Gardner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, would the Foreign Secretary confirm that the government will not lift the limited ban on arms sales to Israel until he or another minister has come back to this House and explained why the danger of them being abused has receded?
Well, as my honourable friend knows, it's a quasi-legal process that has gone through with all sobriety, examining the facts on the ground. The ban is in place at this time. There are not arms currently or export licenses being sent to Israel for the reasons that has been discussed at dispatch box for many months, and I suspect until we get, of course, to a secure and stable Gaza, it's unlikely, and the fighting has got to stop.
Sonia Kumar.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the news of a ceasefire deal after 15 months of devastation and destruction and loss of life. The release of hostages is vital, ensuring safety and swift return to their families. There's been unimaginable suffering. The ceasefire must be a turning point. It's imperative that the UK leverages our diplomatic influence to ensure stability whilst urgently stepping up humanitarian aid in Gaza. Food, medicine and fuel must reach those who desperately need without delay. Can the Secretary of State tell the House what diplomatic contributions the UK will make to ensure the ceasefire stability when we move towards the latter and more fragile stages of the multi-stage agreement?
Well, I pre-announced some of my statements earlier in this session.
Before I call the next member, please can I urge members to make their questions short, or we will simply not get everybody in. Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all hope that the ceasefire happens, we all hope that the ceasefire holds, and we all resolve that if it does, never again by anyone. And for the most part, that means accountability, which is where the ICC and ICJ comes in. It's vital that journalists and forensic experts and rescue teams must be guaranteed unrestricted access to investigate mass graves, locate the missing and document the atrocity crimes committed by Israel. So will the Foreign Secretary commit to supporting this? Because otherwise impunity, not accountability, will reign, and that will prevent us from making sure what we've seen doesn't happen again.
Well, we continue to support NGOs, we continue to call for journalists to be allowed in, and of course it's important that the appropriate authorities properly document what has happened and that people, where necessary, can be held accountable.
Yuan Yang.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ceasefire deal gives families in Israel and Palestine, as well as their relatives in Early and Woodley constituency, hope for longer-lasting peace and security. But there can be no security without accountability, and there is no accountability without scrutiny. Scrutiny, for example, to ensure that the funding the government has pledged for UNRWA will reach its intended destination. This war has been the deadliest on record for journalists, so what can the government do to ensure that all journalists in Palestine, including my former colleagues, can do their job without fear for their lives?
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
Well, my honourable friend represents the interests of those journalists very well, in her question, and let me repeat again. I deplore the amount of journalists who've lost their lives. I think that for any democracy engaged in conflict of this kind, it's important that you allow journalists to cover what has truly happened. The time has come as we head now to this ceasefire, and I hope the stability that's required, that journalists are let in from all corners of the globe.
Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last November, the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant for crimes against humanity and war crimes, including targeting civilians and using starvation as a weapon of war. The British public deserve clarity, so I'll ask again. Will the Foreign Secretary confirm that should Benjamin Netanyahu step on British soil, he would be immediately arrested, yes or no?
Well, I say to the Honourable Lady, and I think this has been said before, we do have a legal process in this country were that to come to pass. And that is an important process. Ultimately, it will be a decision for our courts. And so it's important from this dispatch box that I leave that matter for them. But I have said in terms that we are a signatory to the Statute of Rome. Not just because we are, but because we believe in it. And therefore, as she would expect, this government will comply with the law if that were to come to pass.
Oliver Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know I speak for everyone in my constituency when I say that after so much death, so much unthinkable horror, this ceasefire, this peace offers hope for a long-term political solution and security for the people of Gaza and of Israel, a two-state solution and a sustainable peace. Does he agree with me that what we now need is a flood of aid to stop civilian suffering now in Gaza? And I know it's very early days, but what hope does he have for a new normalisation deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia going forward?
Well, I'm grateful for the question, and having spoken to the Saudi Arabian Foreign Minister at length on Sunday, having spoken to the Israeli Foreign Minister at length on Sunday as well, it is my sincere hope that we do get that normalisation deal. There are many steps before we get there, but I think this is a critical moment, and I really, really hope that we can achieve it.
Rachel Maskell.
Deputy Speaker, after such unimaginable suffering, I welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement today, but recognise the fragility of this moment, and not least the fragility of making the decision around this deal, but the fragility of lives in Gaza at this moment where suffering continues. Will he ensure that we provide the very best medical support in the light that many specialties no longer exist in Gaza, and that we use the expertise that we have in our country to send teams into the region and indeed into Gaza to ensure that those people who have got disease and infection and need urgent surgery have the very best services?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to centre medical support. We will continue to support UK Med, and we made a decision to give them more funds. I think we were just a few days into office. 500,000 people have received essential healthcare a result of that funding. UK Med has supported over 300,000 people across Gaza. It's hugely important work, and I suspect that we'll have more to say in the coming days about what more we can do.
James Nash.
Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his very measured statements. I've met with dozens of constituents in Rushcliffe, where I represent, who I know will wholeheartedly welcome yesterday's news. But I've received a lot of emails specifically about the decimation of medical facilities in the northern part of Gaza. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary what steps are likely to be taken to ensure immediate improvements to healthcare access as a result of this week's announcement?
Grateful to the honourable gentleman for the reasons I've set out. Security will be essential if the aid is able to get in and international partners are reassured so that the reconstruction of those hospitals can properly begin.
Holly Billington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I pay tribute to my right honourable friend and indeed my honourable friend, the member for Lincoln, who has taken such an important role in working tirelessly for justice in this place. Can I ask, in particular, following on from my honourable friend, the member for Wavertree's question about the recognition for the state of Palestine, what steps and what role will the British government play in creating the conditions within which that might mean that finally that two-state solution will be in reach, and thus we could declare that we recognise that state of Palestine?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for the question. The role that we must play is the critical juncture between phase 2 then phase 3. You only really get to phase 3 if there's a proper political solution, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think the United Kingdom has a particular role to play because of our relationship with all of the parties and our unique role on the United Nations Security Council alongside France. So she's absolutely right that there must be a process, that we must be engaged in that process, that recognition is a key part of that process, but ultimately it must lead to a two-state solution. And let me just say finally, in my discussions at the weekend in Saudi Arabia, it was very clear to me that we are no longer in a place where Gulf colleagues would satisfy themselves with some promise that feel years and years away, generations away. We're really talking about the immediate lifetime of many parliamentarians in this House at this time, and therefore this is a very critical issue.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And now really is the moment where we all do need some hope, even though the task of helping people to rebuild their homes, their communities, is truly, truly daunting. To allow for reconstruction of hospitals, schools and homes to take place, construction materials supply of will need to happen on a huge scale. So can I ask into Gaza, so can I please ask the Foreign Secretary what discussions are taking place right now to help facilitate that access of important materials? Thank you.
Can I say to my friend, a very good question. It's something that the World Bank has been doing a lot of thinking about with a rapid needs assessment in terms of those materials that are now necessary.
Alice MacDonald.
Speaker. As the Foreign Secretary has said, this is a glimmer of light for the hostages, for their families and the civilians in Gaza, many of them children living in hell, and all of our thoughts are with them. We've spoken a lot about the importance of access for humanitarian aid, but can I ask the Foreign Secretary about volumes? Can he update us on the funding for the UN humanitarian appeals, whether we are considering an uplift on our aid, and also what pressure we are bringing to other UN member states to make sure that they are playing their role in providing that aid, but also pushing for the access?
Well, she's absolutely right to put on the record the issue of volume. At the moment, the agreement is about 600 or so trucks. That's ambitious. And the situation on the ground would need to change quite a lot if that is to be achieved. And the need is absolutely there. The UN must play its part, but I think some of the decisions that may come on UNRWA would fundamentally undermine that. I think commercial trucks have got to come back in and the security's got to be there, but clearly what we do want to see, and it's here in the deal, we want to see Israel able to withdraw back, and so that raises further issues about security. So that's why I say this deal is fragile, that's why I say negotiation continues and there's much still to do, but she's absolutely right, we've got to see the volume, or I think the people of Gaza will say there have been lots of fine words, but actually on the ground, things haven't changed very much.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now that there's a hope of a ceasefire, will the Secretary of State double his efforts to seek justice for the family of my constituent, John Chapman, who he mentioned in his statement earlier, who was murdered by the IDF last April when working for the World Food Kitchen? And will he meet with me to discuss what the UK government can do to hold the Israeli government to account for its actions?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for asking this question. And I raised this issue with the Israeli Foreign Minister at the weekend. We do want to see accountability. We do want to see a process from the Military Advocate General in Israel. The loss of life breaks our hearts I spent time with those families that have suffered so much as a result of that atrocity on World Central Kitchen and the tremendous loss of life. There must be justice, there must be accountability, there must be a process. It's now for the Military Advocate General in Israel to do that, and we will continue to press this issue. And of course, I or the Minister for the Middle East will meet with him and his constituent.
Harpreet Apple.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker, and we all welcome this possible ceasefire announcement and hope the Israeli Cabinet ratify the agreement. The toll on civilians has been horrific. Over 46,000 Palestinian civilians, including children, killed. 1,200 Israelis killed on the 7th of October, and many hostage families hoping that their family members are returned. And can I also pay tribute to British citizens John Chapman, James Henderson and James Kirby, who were killed delivering aid in Gaza. The EU has announced €120 million in new aid for Gaza, so will the UK announce further package of aid soon? And can I also agree with the Foreign Secretary ensuring that Palestinians must be able to return home safely? And what role will the UK play in that? Thank you.
Well, I thank you for the question, and we will be making in the statement a further assessment about the humanitarian need and what more we can do in these coming weeks given the changed circumstances. Let us get this deal over the line. Let us assess where the UK can play a particular role alongside other partners. It's important that we coordinate in relation to this, and it was important for me to be in Saudi Arabia with Kaya Kallas, the new High Representative of the EU. We were able to travel together and discuss these very same issues.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In addition to the appalling suffering of civilians due to this conflict, there has also for far too long been a sense in the region of hopelessness, and that is mirrored by a sense of hopelessness here about what we can all do practically to help secure peace and rebuild Gaza. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that British companies, particularly in construction and also NGOs, should be at the vanguard of the Herculean task of rebuilding Gaza, and that as we get towards, we hope, phase 3 and the future, that making more information available about the support that we can provide in this area can actually help the peace process going forward, because reconstruction is vital.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, and yes, I agree with him wholeheartedly.
Deirdre Coskin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of so many of my constituents in Ealing Southall, can I wholeheartedly welcome this news about a potential ceasefire in Gaza and the return of the hostages, and can I thank the Foreign Secretary and his ministerial team for all of the hard work they have done to get us to this moment of hope. But this is only a beginning. Could the Foreign Secretary tell me how he will use our hard-won experience of brokering a lasting peace in Northern Ireland through the Good Friday Agreement to help achieve a two-state solution and long-term peace, security and prosperity for the people of both Palestine and Israel?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for mentioning Northern Ireland and the essential role that was played, particularly by the last Labour government. And she no doubt would have noticed that the new National Security Advisor is Jonathan Powell, who played such an important role with that. Our National Security Advisor always does a lot behind the scenes in these issues, and I'm looking forward to working with him on this very same issue.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary is quite right when he recognises that this ceasefire, though fragile, offers a real glimmer of hope. He's also right to emphasise the need to go further to ensure a two-state solution with a safe and secure Israel living alongside a viable, sovereign Palestinian state. Can I ask him to set out what he sees as the next steps to getting us to that ultimate goal, a lasting peace in the region?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, as has been said, there are two possibilities here. There is a situation in which actually Israel does not withdraw from Gaza. There's still quite a lot of fighting. Displaced people are vaguely able to return to their homes, but we don't see the reconstruction, we don't see the international community able to come back in because there's no guarantee that the efforts that they put in will not be destroyed in another 10 or 20 years' time. Or we get to phase 3. We don't just see a ceasefire, we see a political process that brings about stability and ultimately peace. And we see alongside that Saudi normalisation with Israel and the prospects for 2 states.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all welcome the news of the ceasefire deal today, after 15 months of devastating conflict and suffering in Gaza. And I know the Foreign Secretary knows how important the recognition of Palestine and the 2-state solution is to my constituents of Luton South and South Bedfordshire. So would he agree, in our government's commitment to a 2-state solution, that Gaza must form part of a future Palestinian state with no reduction in the size of its territory, no ongoing occupation of Gaza and no forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza?
Foreign Secretary.
Very grateful for the work that my honourable friend has done in her constituency, for the manner in which she lobbied hard on these issues when I was Shadow Foreign Secretary, and she continues to do now. And I absolutely can confirm that Gaza must be part of that 2 states, a home for the Palestinian people.
Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it's with hope and fear that we await news of this ceasefire deal. And I think that will be a feeling particularly held by the families of those hostages. And we've heard of the British hostages of Emily Damari, of Avanatan Orr, of Oded Lifshitz and of Eli Sharabi and their families' work. I think for them, until they're holding their loved ones, this deal won't be real and it won't be done. Can the Foreign Secretary please assure them that at each and every stage of this deal, he'll be pressing for their release so that we can deliver that for their families, bring this war to an end and bring these families and these hostages together?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. Emily Damari is a British national. She spent her 28th birthday in captivity. She was taken from her home on Kibbutz Kafar Azar. Emily enjoys watching football. She's a Tottenham Hotspur fan. And I keep her in my heart every single day. I have a flower from her mother. It's a plastic flower, but it's in my office, reminding me of her plight. And I pray and hope that I see her emerge in the coming days. Oded Lifshitz is a retired Israeli journalist, and we hold out a torch for him. Eli Sharabi is a family man. His wife, Liana, British citizen, and his daughters, Noya and Yahel, were murdered on the 7th of October. Yossi Sharabi was killed, of course, in captivity last year, and we pray for his family at this time. And Avanan Orr is a 31-year-old man, and therefore he will not be in the first phase of this activity, but we do want to see him freed as we get to the 2nd and 3rd.
Dr. Alison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Human rights organisations such as Gisha, ACRI and Physicians for Human Rights Israel have been working hard to get more aid into Gaza since the beginning of the conflict. May I ask the Secretary of State what steps has his department taken to support human rights groups to help rebuild Gaza and the lives of the Palestinian people?
She's absolutely right to raise human rights and human rights defenders, particularly on the ground. And she should be reassured that the UK, under this government, continues to fund those important organisations. They are part of the exercise of giving very, very vulnerable people the ability for advocacy and their rights and to uphold them and their dignity in the most horrendous of circumstances. And they are part of the accountability mechanisms that we have signed up to and believe in.
My honourable friend is right. This is not a day for celebration. It's a day for prayer. Prayer that this deal is seen through, and prayer that hostages and ordinary Palestinians will get a chance to rebuild their lives after the atrocities and horrors of the last 15 months. My honourable friend is right to say that this peace deal is fragile, but it's also right to say that there are many in the world, including my constituency, who think the world community's grasp on humanitarian values has been fragile these last 15 months, where we have failed the hostages, failed the Palestinians and failed the quest of peace by taking so long to do that. My honourable friend will know that my community I represent this is a very very important issue to us. And I think it's nearly 2 years ago, the Foreign Secretary was having lunch with me and some of my constituents, where we talked about previous crises where we have solved the crisis but then given up on the peace. So what reassurance can the Foreign Secretary give us that this time it will be different, and this time the British government will lead the way once we get this deal in place to ensure that a two-state solution and dignity and respect is given to Israel and to Palestine?
Secretary.
Well, 80 years on from the Second World War, the Honourable Gentleman is right, and he's a dear friend, and I know his constituency very well, having spent 7 years of my life living in the great city of Peterborough. And he's right, that there's no doubt about it. When we look back on those 80 years, there are these key moments that have sort of shook the foundations of the rule of law, of what men and women in this country fought for. And I suspect that people will look back on this war, and this is one of those hugely challenging moments. But if you believe in democracy, then you recognise that we are here as parliamentarians in one of the great, great homes of democracy to fight to keep hope alive. The Palestinian cause is a just cause. The plight of the Jewish people is also a just cause, and a homeland for them, I think, is right. We've got to achieve that peace. And just as I've, for many years, campaigned for peace in countries like Northern Ireland, in countries like South Africa, we can get peace here in the Middle East if we redouble our efforts. And all of the international community stands true to international humanitarian law. 2 hours, or more than 2 hours after I first stood, I'm very grateful for the opportunity this afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for a long 2-hour statement? I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that the King has signified his royal assent to the following acts: Lord's Spiritual Women Act 2015, Extension Act 2025, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and International Committee of the Red Cross Status Act 2025, and Financial Assistance to Ukraine Act 2025. Which brings us to the next statement, if the front benches would like to swap over quickly. Statement. Government response to the COVID-19 inquiry, Module 1 report. Pat McFadden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to make a statement on the Government's response to Module 1 of the COVID inquiry. In July of last year, Baroness Hallett published her report from the first module of the inquiry. It concluded that the UK was not as prepared as it should have been for the pandemic, and that more could and should have been done. And in my statement to the House, immediately following the publication of her report, I committed to responding in full within 6 months. Before I turn to the Government's response, I want to place on record once again my thanks to Baroness Hallett and her team for the work they have done so far in the inquiry. I also want to pay tribute to the families and friends of those who lost loved ones during the pandemic, some of whom are with us in the gallery today. Earlier this week, I visited the National COVID Memorial Wall just across the river from here, and I'm grateful to the friends of the wall who have so lovingly cared for it and maintained it over the past few years. As I said in my statement in July, the Government's first responsibility is to keep the public safe. That's why, since we were elected, we've taken steps to strengthen the UK's resilience. I announced a review of national resilience. Work upon that review is proceeding, and I will update the House upon its conclusions in the spring. The Prime Minister has established a single Cabinet Committee for Resilience, which I chair, and which meets to ensure clear and rigorous ministerial oversight. We have adopted the 2023 Biological Security Strategy to protect the UK and our interests from significant biological risks. In April, the new UK Resilience Academy will be launched. It will train over 4,000 people in resilience and emergency roles every year and help them plan for and manage a range of crises, including pandemics. And I should also acknowledge, as I did in my first statement back in July, that in some areas these improvements build on work carried out by the previous administration. The improvements that we've made to our resilience have been put to the test over the past 6 months. These include the Prime Minister chairing a number of emergency COBRA meetings to address the violent disorder that occurred over the summer, and working across our 4 nations to anticipate and contain Clade 1 Mpox cases in the UK. Since July, we've also sent 2 emergency alerts to provide advice to the public in life-threatening situations. During Storm Dara, for example, because of a very rare red danger to life warning, the alert was sent to over 3 million people in affected regions. And more recently, we issued a very localised warning over flooding danger. The government will carry out a full national test of the emergency alert system later this year. This will ensure the system is functioning correctly should it need to be deployed in an emergency. The COVID Module 1 inquiry found that years of underinvestment meant that pandemic planning was not a sufficient priority. Our health services were already suffering and beyond capacity, and there were high levels of illness and health inequalities. All of this meant that the state was ill-prepared to manage a crisis on this scale. So apart from the specific recommendations, that is why that delivering on the government's missions, particularly in this context, building a national health service fit for the future, will contribute in very important ways to the UK's resilience. Pandemic planning and resilience is not just about specific resilience measures. It is also about making sure that the underlying fundamentals of our country are strong. And I thank the devolved governments for their cooperation in preparing a response today. We'll continue to work together for the safety of the communities we serve. Turning to specifics, there are 3 new commitments in particular I wish to highlight. First, the inquiry recommended that the UK government and the devolved governments should together hold a regular UK-wide pandemic response exercise. We agree. We will be undertaking a full national pandemic response exercise later this year. It will be the first of its kind in nearly a decade. It will test the UK's capabilities, our plans, protocols and procedures in the event of another major pandemic. It will be led by senior ministers. It will involve thousands of participants, run across all regions and nations of the UK, and alongside the Health Secretary, I've written to all Cabinet
whole systems, civil preparedness and resilience process going forward. I'm just looking for some reassurance that there will be the full involvement and consultation with devolved governments in that respect. And like the honourable member opposite, I want to press him on this issue of recovery of some of the very wasteful PPE contracts which were awarded during the pandemic.
As the honourable member will know, we've appointed a COVID fraud commissioner to try to recover as much as possible of some of the money that went wrong. I have not sought to be partisan today, but I do believe that the systems that were in place were wrong, and that there were some abuses and there was significant loss of money. And when we are in a situation where we want value for money for the public, we want to recover as much of that as we possibly can. And I repeat, relations with the devolved governments on this kind of issue have been good so far, and I hope that that is a case that's maintained through this national pandemic exercise that we are planning.
Andrew Louis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all lived through the pandemic, and we all came to see the immense value of our key workers. The bus drivers who had to continue to make those essential journeys, the carers who had no choice but to continue to provide close quarters care, and the posties, some of whom I met recently in Welwyn Garden City at their delivery depot in Bessemer Road, who told me that when they had conversations, socially distanced conversations on the doorstep with lonely residents, it was often the only human interaction that they had all day. Would my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, reaffirm to me how important this government believes the role of key workers is, and that critically that we make sure that for the next pandemic we have measures in place to ensure that they are protected and supported?
Minister.
My honourable friend raises an excellent point. Let me echo his praise for all the key workers that he mentioned. We found out when the chips were down who was keeping the country going, and let me, from this dispatch box, thank each and every one of them for what they did to keep the country going during those very difficult times.
Sir Christopher Sharp.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister quite rightly expresses sympathy for the victims of COVID-19, which is something we all share. But he hasn't mentioned anything about the victims of COVID-19 vaccines, of whom there are thousands, and we know at the moment that those people did the right thing. They took the vaccines. They weren't warned of the risks, and the Minister's been talking about risk assessments. There was a lack of risk engagement, and now we find that the compensation scheme, the vaccine damage payment scheme, is in place, but is not actually operating effectively or fairly, and the Health Minister keeps talking about possibly amending it, but every time he mentions that, it causes immense harm to all those people who are still suffering as a consequence of having done the right thing and taken the COVID-19 vaccines, when now many of them would have wished they didn't.
Look, let me say to the honourable gentleman, I believe that the production of the vaccines and the distribution of them was one of the things that went well, that this country contributed to, and that the availability of vaccines helped us to overcome the pandemic. In those cases where there were adverse reactions, there is a scheme in place, as he said, and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health, has met people affected by this, and of course we want to help people affected by this through the kind of scheme that exists.
Dr Alison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, can I thank the Minister for commenting on the importance of multidisciplinary research. I know from my own previous research that's very important, particularly in the development of AI algorithmic risk prediction models. I also had the pleasure to speak to Professor Tom Solomon yesterday, the Director of the Liverpool Pandemic Institute, and which the Science, Innovation and Technology Committee had the pleasure of visiting recently. He impressed upon me the value of physician researchers in conducting groundbreaking research. Will the Minister agree with me it is vitally important we provide the time and funds to researchers such as Professor Solomon to help build our national resilience to future pandemics?
Minister.
Let me echo her praise of Professor Solomon and the work that he's doing, the work that the Pandemic Institute is doing. He is absolutely right, and she's right, to underline the value of research. We've said all the way through this statement, the next crisis the country faces may be very different from the last. So it's really important that we use one of the great assets this country has, which is tremendous research institutes and research capability, to scan the horizon as well as we can and be as well prepared as we possibly can.
To Neil Shastra-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And having served on the front line during COVID, I am acutely aware of the sacrifices made by clinicians, patients and their staff. But part of the solution to preparing for any future pandemics is ensuring that we've got robust epidemiological research. And I wonder if the Minister can go into some more granular detail on what assessment he has made of the current projects that have been commissioned by the government.
He's right about the need for robust research. I don't analyse the research projects one by one. I do thank him for his service, and I underline what I said a few times today, that the best insurance we can have in terms of responding to another crisis like the one that we went through some years ago is underlying strength of the country, is underlying strength of the NHS, and that's why we have made the decisions to put resources into it to help to turn it around and make it stronger in the future than it is today.
Antonia Bands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I spent the pandemic as a trade unionist at the TUC supporting now Baroness O'Grady to fight for the right to safety of working people. And the COVID inquiry heard time and time again about the impact of the pandemic on those on low wages and insecure work, people who had to go into work even when it wasn't safe or they couldn't feed their families. And they were disproportionately black and minority ethnic workers. So will the Chancellor make sure that the new National Vulnerability Map treats insecure workers as vulnerable for the purpose of crisis planning and resilience? And will he make sure that unions are key stakeholders in building the UK's resilience?
I thank my honourable friend, and she's absolutely right to underline the need to thank the key workers, many of whom were low paid, many of whom did come from ethnic minorities, who kept the country going and sometimes had to put themselves at risk to help and protect the rest of us. So I absolutely thank her and those who represent working people for the work that they did during the pandemic.
Steph Ackroyd.
To the specifics of the government's response to Module 1, I'm really interested to hear about the National Vulnerability Map, which could help with a range of things like digital exclusion as well as public health. I'd like to ask him about this on 2 points. Firstly, has he taken into consideration the findings of Chris Whitty's report in 2021 into coastal communities and their specific vulnerabilities? And also, could I urge him that, obviously this is a hugely valuable undertaking, but I don't want to see us create a one-trick pony. Could he possibly look to seize the bigger opportunity to build a better system for storing and using citizen data that could benefit everyone and get all sorts of people the support they need when they need it? Thank you.
As I said a little while ago, data has been described as the new oil, and there are good reasons for doing it. And I believe there is a duty on government and the state to try to use that to get the best outcomes for the public. And part of this is an example of using data to map where our vulnerabilities are. And while I've been praising people for what they did, let me also include Sir Chris Whitty, the Chief Medical Officer, for what he did then and what he continues to do today. The country is very lucky to have him, and I thank him for everything that he does.
Helena Dollimore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. It is a source of national shame that our country was so underprepared for the COVID pandemic, and the party opposite need to take their fair share of the responsibility for that. We all worry about where the next pandemic will come from, and can I express my particular concern about the risk posed by dengue fever, which, for those who aren't aware, is a disease spread by mosquitoes. It has been travelling closer and closer to the UK in recent years due to rising temperatures and climate change, and it has most recently been found in Paris. As a Member of Parliament for a constituency on the South Coast, I am particularly worried about the warning that it could be within the UK within years.
There is currently no cure for dengue fever, but there is a vaccine going through trials thanks to the international collaboration that our country is part of. So can I ask the Minister what steps the government is taking to improve our preparedness for the next pandemic, wherever it may come from and however it may be transmitted?
I thank her for her question. She's right that one of the risks that we face is mosquito-borne diseases and viruses of various kinds. The UK HSA monitors mosquito-borne diseases so that we've got the most up-to-date information we possibly can. It's a good example of scanning the horizon and understanding that the next crisis you face may not be the same as the last.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with other honourable members who've said this inquiry is taking too long, it's costing too much, and in many cases not asking the right questions. The previous pandemic response exercise some 9 years ago, Operation Cygnus, the results of that were so shocking they were kept from this House and the British people. So will the Minister commit that the results of this pandemic exercise later this year will be transmitted totally, openly, with full transparency to this House and the British people?
I thank him for his question. Two questions really. I've said what I said on the speed of the state's admission of when things go wrong. I think we do need to think about that and look at that. In terms of the results, yes, the findings of the exercise will be made public, and let me repeat my prediction of earlier. It will probably show things that have gone wrong and areas where we need to improve. And I think anyone who carries out such an exercise and doesn't expect that is going to face a nasty surprise.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the positives that we saw was an outpouring of neighbourliness. Churches and faith communities played a key role in mobilising support to those most in need during the COVID pandemic, delivering meals, shopping and prescription medications to those who were advised to stay at home. So will the Minister join with me in paying tribute to all those volunteers and assure the House that faith communities and other community organisations will be involved in the local resilience forums, ensuring they're integral to both the resilience planning and incident response? Thank you.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? She's absolutely right. Many of these efforts showed the best of us and how much people were prepared to look out for one another. I was really touched by the efforts of, for example, the Sikh Gurdwaras in Wolverhampton in distributing food to people of all faiths and none, and by other faith groups and community groups who also did similar things to help the most vulnerable people during the pandemic.
Final question on this statement, Joe White.
Thank you so much, Deputy Women Speaker. I want to place my respect to all those we have lost, and I give my heart to those who've lost loved ones and have to live their lives without them. In Bassetlaw, I've met many families who have needlessly lost loved ones, and my good friend Pete Armitage, who died on the 6th of April 2020, in hospital, unable to breathe, without his wife by his side, and only 6 of us at his funeral. But I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to those volunteers who stepped up, who went out without any fear for their own health or their lives, who delivered food, who stood on the vaccination lines, who helped at the local food banks. I want to ensure that we in Parliament never forget those names. I want to pay tribute to them here, and I ask the Ministers to do the same.
Well, in my final answer of the afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me just warmly endorse what my honourable friend has just said on both counts. Let us remember all those who lost their lives and give thanks to the many relatives and friends who are keeping those names alive and trying to make sure that we learn the lessons from what happened in the past. And let us praise all the volunteers who help people in any way. It was a very difficult and tough time in this country and in others. But those efforts, that reaching out, that showed the best of us, and we shouldn't forget it.
I'll now give a few moments for the front benches to swap over.
Before we come to the statement, I would like to remind the House that on issues which may relate to ongoing cases relating to vulnerable children, members will wish to take care to avoid saying anything that could prejudice any cases that are currently before the courts or which might come before the courts at a later date. Statement, Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Monday, I set out the actions this government is taking forward to tackle the terrible crimes of child sexual exploitation and abuse, including mandatory reporting, a new victims and survivors panel, an overhaul of data and police performance requirements, tougher sentences for perpetrators, and support for local inquiries, including in Oldham. The Safeguarding Minister is this morning meeting with survivors from Oldham, and earlier this week she and I met Professor Alexis Jay, who chaired both the 7-year National Independent Inquiry into child sexual abuse and the first local independent inquiry into grooming gangs in Rotherham. Professor Jay's strongest message to us was that the survivors who bravely testified to terrible crimes committed against them must not be left to feel that their efforts were in vain, because despite all the inquiries, no one listened and nothing was done. So following those discussions, I therefore want to update the House on our next steps, both to take forward inquiry recommendations and to go further in tackling sexual exploitation and grooming on the streets and online to keep children safe. The Independent National Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse completed its final report in 2022. It took 7 years, heard 7,000 personal testimonies and considered 2 million pages of evidence. They were devastating accounts of brutal rapes, sexual violence, humiliation, trauma, betrayal of vulnerable children by those charged with protecting them, and people in positions of power who shamefully put the reputation of institutions before the protection of children. The inquiry included separate detailed reports on organised child abuse in residential homes and schools, abuse and cover-ups in the Catholic and Anglican churches, and a 2-year inquiry published in February 2022 into child sexual exploitation by organised networks and grooming gangs, which itself examined over 400 recommendations made by previous inquiries and serious case reviews, as well as taking further evidence of its own. And there have been further reports since then, including on Telford and on police performance. But despite all those national inquiries, reports, and hundreds of recommendations, far too little action has been taken. And shamefully little progress has been made. That has to change. So before Easter, the government will lay out a clear timetable for taking forward the 20 recommendations from the final ICSA inquiry report. 4 of those are specifically for the Home Office, and I can confirm we have accepted them in full, including on disclosure and barring, and work on these is already underway. A cross-government ministerial group is considering and working through remaining recommendations, and that group will be supported by our new Victims and Survivors panel. In addition, I can confirm today that the government will implement all the remaining recommendations in the Child Abuse Inquiry's separate standalone report on grooming gangs from February 22, including updating key department education guidance. So let me turn to the areas where we need to go further. As I said last week, the most important task should be to increase police investigations into these horrific crimes and get abusers behind bars. We will introduce stronger sentences for child grooming, making it an aggravating factor to organise abuse and exploitation. And I can announce new action today to help victims get more investigations and prosecutions underway. I'm extending the remit of the Independent Child Sexual Abuse Review Panel, so it covers not just historic cases before 2013, but all cases since, so that any victim of abuse will have the right to seek an independent review without having to go back to the local institutions who decided not to proceed with their case. I'm writing today to the National Police Chiefs Council to ask all Chief Constables to look again at historic gang exploitation cases where no further action was taken, and to work with the Police Child Sexual Exploitation Task Force
to pursue new lines of inquiry and reopen investigations where appropriate. And these new measures will be backed by £2 million additional funding for the task force and the panel. And all police forces will be expected to implement the 2023 recommendations from His Majesty's Inspectorate, including producing problem profiles on the nature of grooming gangs in their area. And I have asked the Inspectorate to review progress this year. But as well as reviewing past cases, we also need much stronger action to uncover the full scale and nature of these awful crimes. The Child Sexual Exploitation Police Task Force, led by the National Police Chiefs Council, has estimated that out of the 115,000 child sexual abuse offences recorded by the police in 2023, around 4,000 involved more than one perpetrator. Of those, they identify around 1,100 that involved abuse within the family, over 300 involving abuse in institutions, and they identified 717 reported cases of group or gang-related child sexual exploitation. But we know the vast majority of abuse goes unreported, so we expect all of those figures to be a significant underestimate. The task force reports there are currently 127 major police investigations underway on child sexual exploitation and gang grooming across 29 different police forces. Many major investigations have involved Pakistani heritage gangs, and the police task force evidence also shows exploitation and abuse taking place across many different communities and ethnicities. But the data on ethnicity of both perpetrators and victims is still inadequate. As I said last week, we will overhaul the data we expect local areas to collect as part of a new performance management framework. But I've also asked the Child Sexual Exploitation Task Force to immediately expand the ethnicity data it collects and publishes, gathering data from the end of the investigation when a fuller picture is available, not just from the beginning when suspects may not yet have been identified. But in order to go much further, I have asked Baroness Louise Casey to oversee a rapid audit of the current scale and nature of gang-based exploitation across the country and to make recommendations on the further work that is needed. The specific 2022 ICSA report, Child Sector Independent Inquiry Report on gang exploitation, concluded that an accurate picture of the prevalence of child sexual exploitation could not be gleaned from the data and evidence that it had available. So this audit will seek to fill that gap. It will look at further evidence that was not previously available, including that collected by the Police Task Force and including the new problem profiles compiled by police forces, and it will include an equivalent audit of child protection referrals. It will properly examine ethnicity data and the demographics of the gangs involved and their victims, and will look at the cultural and societal drivers for this type of offending, including amongst different ethnic groups. And it will make recommendations about further analysis, investigations and actions that are needed to address current and historic failures. Baroness Louise Casey was the author of the No Holds Barred 2015 report into child sexual exploitation in Rotherham, and I have therefore asked her to oversee this rapid 3-month audit ahead of the launch of the Independent Commission into Adult Social Care. In many areas across the country, the focus must now be on further police investigations and implementing recommendations to improve services. But we will also provide stronger national backing for local inquiries where they are needed to get truth and justice for victims and survivors. The Prime Minister and I both met last week with survivors from Telford, who had enormous praise for the way that that local inquiry was conducted after there had been failings over very many years. And that inquiry led to tangible change, including piloting the introduction of CCTV in taxis, appointing child sexual exploitation experts in local secondary schools. And as we've seen, effective local inquiries can delve into far more local detail and deliver more locally relevant answers and change than a lengthy nationwide inquiry can provide. So Tom Crowther, KC, chair of the Telford inquiry, has agreed to work with the government to develop a new framework for victim-centred, locally led inquiries where they are needed, and as a first step, to work with Oldham Council and up to 4 other pilot areas. That will also include support for local authorities who want to explore other ways to support victims, including local panels or drawing on the experience of the Independent Inquiry Truth Project. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government is already drawing up a duty of candour as part of the long-awaited Hillsborough Law. So we will also work with mayors and local councils to now bolster the accountability mechanisms that can support and follow up local inquiries to ensure that those who are complicit in cover-ups or to try to resist scrutiny are always robustly held to account and truth and justice are never denied. This new package of national support for local inquiries will be backed by £5 million of additional funding to get further local work off the ground, because at every level, getting justice for victims and protecting children is a responsibility we all share. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot ignore the way in which child exploitation is changing as offenders exploit new technology to target and groom children, and we should all be deeply worried about the pace and growth of exploitation that begins online. We're therefore bolstering the work of the Home Office-funded undercover online network of police officers to target online offenders and developing cutting-edge AI tools and other new capabilities to infiltrate live streams and chat rooms where children are being groomed. And further measures will be announced in the Crime and Policing Bill to tackle those organising online sex abuse. Madam Deputy Speaker, nothing matters more than the safety of our children. Yet for too long, this horrific abuse was allowed to continue. Victims were ignored, perpetrators were left unpunished, and too many people looked the other way. And even when these shocking crimes were brought to light and national inquiries were commissioned to get to the truth, the resulting reports were too often left on the shelf as their recommendations gathered dust. So under this government, that has changed. We are taking action not just on those recommendations, but on the additional work we need to protect victims, put perpetrators behind bars, and to uncover the truth wherever things have gone wrong. This is about the protection of children, the protection of young girls, and the radical and ambitious mission we have set for this government to halve violence against women and girls in a decade. And I hope all ministers will support that mission and support the measures we have outlined today to help achieve it. I commend this statement to the House.
I call Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let us start by remembering the victims of this scandal. Thousands of young girls, often in their early teens, were systematically raped by gangs of men, predominantly of Pakistani heritage. Those in positions of authority, the police, local councils, the CPS, ignored them, and in some cases even covered up these horrendous crimes because of absurd concerns about so-called cultural sensitivity. 10 days ago, the Prime Minister compounded this by saying it was a far-right bandwagon to raise these issues and call for a proper inquiry. Let me say this, it is not far-right to stand up for rape victims, and smearing those who raise this issue is exactly what led to the victims.
Order, order. The Shadow Home Secretary will be heard. Shadow Home Secretary.
Smearing those who raise this is exactly what led to the victims being ignored and the crimes covered up in the first place. So will the Home Secretary apologise on behalf of the Prime Minister for his language last week? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not true to say that the previous government did nothing following the ICSA report. The last government set up the Grooming Gang Task Force following the ICSA report, which led to 550 arrests of perpetrators in the first year alone, and I'm glad the new government is continuing that work. In April 2023, the data collection on the ethnicity of perpetrators was initiated, but the initial publication of that, I think last November, showed the collection is incomplete. So will the Home Secretary ensure the police follow through on the work initiated in April 2023 and ensure the data is collected more comprehensively? And the mandatory reporting recommendation was introduced as an amendment to the Criminal Justice Bill, which fell due to the early election. And I'm glad the government say they will now pick that up and take it forwards. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, previous reports and reviews did not go far enough. The ICSA report itself was mainly not about these rape gangs. In fact, it barely touched on the issue and only looked at 6 towns. We now believe as many as 50 towns could have been affected, so ICSA barely scratched the surface. Now, the Home Secretary just announced government support for only 5 local inquiries. Let me say this is wholly inadequate when we know up to 50 towns are affected. So I have some serious questions for the Home Secretary. Firstly, how are the other 40+ towns supposed to get answers to the questions that they have? And these initial 5 towns, how will they be chosen? And secondly, the Home Secretary said nothing in her statement about the powers these local inquiries will have. It seems they will not be statutory inquiries under the 2005 Act. That means these local inquiries will not have the power to compel witnesses to attend or to take evidence under oath or to requisition written evidence. So if that's the case, how can they possibly get to the truth when faced with cover-ups? In fact, it was precisely that problem, the lack of powers, that led the chairs of the Manchester local inquiry to reportedly resign last year, because they weren't given the information they needed by public authorities and they didn't have the powers required to force its release, and so they resigned. These powers are needed, the legal powers, because these crimes were deliberately covered up in some cases. We heard just a week or two ago from the former Labour MP for Rochdale, Simon Danchuk, who said that the then chair of the Parliamentary Labour Party told him not to raise these issues for fear of losing Muslim votes. Truly appalling. Now, not a single person has been convicted for covering up or ignoring these crimes. In my view, the criminal offence of misconduct in public office might apply. And moreover, those vile perpetrators who can be deported should be, every single one of them, changing the law if needed to do it, and using visa sanctions with countries like Pakistan to ensure they accept back eligible perpetrators. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what the Home Secretary has announced today is totally inadequate. It will only cover a fraction of the towns affected, and it appears these inquiries will not have the legal powers they need. That is why we need a proper, full, national public inquiry covering the whole country and with the powers under the Inquiry Act needed to obtain the evidence required. And it's not just me that thinks that. In the last week or two, the Labour MPs for Rotherham and Liverpool-Walton have called for a full national inquiry, as has Andy Burnham, the Labour Mayor of Greater Manchester. And I commend those members and Andy Burnham for their courage in speaking out. Recent polling shows the vast majority of the public want a full national public inquiry, including 73% of Labour voters. But most importantly and finally, so do victims. Jane was groomed and abused at the age of just 12. She was gang raped repeatedly. She told the police and she told her social worker. At one point, the police even found her being abused by an illegal immigrant. But instead of arresting him, the police arrested her. Jane still doesn't know if any of her abusers have been jailed or if any of the public officials who let her down so badly have been held to account. Jane now wants a proper national public inquiry. Home Secretary, why don't you?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are the most vile crimes against teenagers, against children, against young girls very often. They involve sadistic abuse, rape, and the most appalling trauma that can then last for very many years. The independent inquiry into child sexual abuse ran for 7 years and took evidence from 7,000 victims and survivors across the country. And too many of those voices and the bravery that those victims showed has too often just been ignored. And whilst he says he took action, I'm afraid his party had 10 years to introduce a duty to report child abuse, to make it a responsibility on professionals to report, to make it an offence to cover up child abuse. That was something that I was calling for 10 years ago, the Prime Minister was calling for 12 years ago, and he failed to do it, and we have lost a decade as a result. The independent inquiry into child abuse also ran a 2-year investigation into child sexual exploitation and grooming gangs. And one of the shocking things that it found was less is now known and understood about the prevalence of this appalling crime than prior to 2015. So in that period, from 2015 to 2022, even after we knew about what had happened in Rotherham, and even after Baroness Louise Casey had identified the impact and the failure to address issues about race and ethnicity, again, the previous government went backwards on issues around gathering data and information and the need for proper evidence. And that is why this government has now commissioned Baroness Louise Casey to instigate a rapid review to uncover the prevalence of this appalling crime across the country, with no holds barred in the way that we know that she will conduct this inquiry, to actually fill the gaps in the evidence rather than rerun the same questions without the evidence and the data that we badly need. And I would also point out to him, his party also weakened the disclosure and barring rules in 2012, again making changes that I and the policing minister opposed at the time, and the independent inquiry has recommended reversing in order to keep children safe. Rightly, but again, his party failed to act. Now, I hope that the action that we have announced should be supported right across the country, including the duty to report child abuse, proper penalties to cover it up, stronger sentences for grooming gangs, new rights for victims to get an independent review on reopening their case, new action to reopen historic police investigations, new standard for the police to meet, a new victims and survivors panel, a new audit of the scale and nature of child sexual exploitation and grooming gangs, led by someone who uncovered a lot of the problems in Rotherham, including their failure to confront Pakistani heritage gangs, new ethnicity data to be gathered and published, which he failed to do, new national support for local inquiries, including the Telford model, victims panels, and new work on accountability linked to the Hillsborough law to hold failures to account, because we will strengthen the law to do so, and a proper timetable for taking forward the independent inquiry, because this has to be about action and about protecting children and keeping them safe.
Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I heard the Home Secretary adopting my 5-point plan. So I thank her for that, and I thank everybody across the House who's been campaigning on this issue. But if I could ask for some clarity, did the Home Secretary say that she was going to be adopting all 20 of the ICSA reports, or just those in the grooming gang strand? Do local authorities, as well as the police forces, have to do a review onto their cases of CSE? She cites Telford, which was victim-focused, which was why it was so important, because we must have those victims and survivors' voices. But what they said they lacked, what Greater Manchester said they lacked, was the ability to compel witnesses. And a big strand of what we need to do is make sure there have been no cover-ups, and it's only if it's on a statutory footing that we can do that. I would also say, with respect, that I think Telford cost £8 million, and I think the Home Secretary said she was providing £5 million for the whole thing across the country. And why do we need another one in Telford when we know this is happening nationally? Can she assure us there will be transparency of the findings of all of these inquiries, reviews, audits? And is it possible that this could be UK-wide? Because I don't believe this is only happening in England and in Wales. It needs to be across the whole of the UK.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and to go through in turn we will set out before Easter the timetable for taking forward the work around all of the recommendations from the main independent inquiry into child sexual abuse. She will know that some of those raise complex issues, and some of those considerable work will need to be done. So we recognise that, and we have discussed that with Professor Alexis Jay. There are others which we can take forward swiftly, and those covered by the Home Office, led by the Home Office, we are taking forward swiftly, and
And the work is already underway, including on disclosure and barring, and also on the duty to report, which will be included as part of the legislation. On the local inquiries, the Telford, we are not redoing the Telford inquiry. She is right that in Telford they conducted an extensive inquiry that involved victims, crucially involved victims and survivors throughout, from the very beginning, designing the inquiry in the first place, and it has led to very substantial change and continues to have further follow-up work on it. So that is the effective model. We do need the local councils and police and crime commissioners and mayors and the government to work together on these, but we are providing the additional £5 million to help draw up. Tom Crowther will work specifically with the first 5 local authorities that want to do this in order to make this effective, to draw up so that we have a model that can then be used in other areas as well. And in terms of their ability to gather evidence and to make sure that there is proper accountability, there has to be clear accountability. This can't be a way in which areas or institutions can avoid scrutiny. Obviously, the work in Telford and in Rotherham, in the original work that Baroness Casey did manage to uncover truth in different areas, but there also need to be other new arrangements on accountability. And that is what we are working with the Cabinet Office and also with mayors and councils to draw up what new accountability arrangements would be to ensure that there is proper either follow-up or as part of those initial inquiries that you have that proper accountability framework in place. And we will link that to the duty of candour as part of the Hillsborough law, because unlike the previous government, who frankly have never taken seriously issues around candour and responsibility and accountability for frankly the 14 years they were in power when they refused to bring in a Hillsborough law, we will bring in the Hillsborough law because we are clear there needs to be proper accountability for failure to tackle this abuse.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Josh Babaranda.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Survivors are tough, and I know from my own experiences of abuse as a child that I've spoken about in this chamber, that survivors have been subject to intense impact and blistering climates. But like a blade in a blacksmith's forgery, each strike has strengthened many survivors' character, mettle and spirit, even though they are experiences that should never be undergone in the first place. Every shock has emboldened our resolve to be the very sword carried by Lady Justice herself, or to at least see it wielded with strength, to see action taken and justice done. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, too many survivors' stories have been characterised by being ignored, hidden or gaslit. And recently, too many survivors' stories have been shamefully used as a political football by some in some corners of this House and beyond. And survivors' experiences are littered with gut-wrenching instances of where power holders have missed glaring opportunities to take action against child sexual abuse and exploitation. And history must stop repeating itself. We cannot afford for Professor Jay's findings, nor those from the inquiries announced today, to gather dust atop power holders' bookshelves, to get lost at the bottom of in-trays, nor to be banished to the depths of filing cabinets. And so, in line with the courage that it's taken for so many survivors to speak out on this issue, we Liberal Democrats, and I know many others, implore those in positions of power at all levels to step up too. That means those weaponising this issue for party political gain must stop now. Yeah. That means Professor Jay's 20 recommendations must be implemented from now. And that means the work getting these local inquiries set up must start from now. But survivors need assurance that beyond the areas that have been announced today, that they will be able to get justice in their cases as well. So will the Home Secretary share what the plan will be for areas beyond that she's announced today, and what legal powers will these inquiries have to ensure that they have teeth and justice can be delivered? We must all dignify survivors' experiences with action. We must honour all survivors' stories with reform. Lady Justice demands it, and so does the tempered sword that she wields.
Hear, hear. And I welcome the points the honourable member has made on this extremely serious issue. And he was right that actually for many victims and survivors, what they need is a proper police investigation to go after the perpetrators, to prosecute them, to hold them to account, to get justice and to get those perpetrators behind bars. And that will help protect other young people as well. So I think one of the most important changes we're making is making it easier to get those investigations reopened where, for the wrong reasons, they have been closed down and actually justice still needs to be done. Giving victims the stronger right to review, to be able to go to an independent panel with their case and to have it independently reviewed so it can be reopened, and also asking police forces across the country to now review the closed cases and to look at pursuing new lines of inquiry with the task force support and to making sure that they can do so. For in terms of the areas that Tom Crowther, who did the Telford inquiry, will work with 5 areas on the kinds of inquiry that they may want to take forward involving victims and survivors, because I think that is crucial, is involving the victims and survivors in the design. But what we know is from one of the Telford survivors who has said, because she gave evidence to both the national inquiry and to the local inquiry, and she found that local inquiry was far more effective at getting the changes in that area and also easier for her to be able to give evidence to as well. So that's why we need areas to be able to learn from what Telford did effectively, but also to be backed up by a stronger arrangement for accountability, a stronger mechanisms to be able to hold local organisations to account if they are not complying, but we do also expect local organisations to comply and to be part of finding truth and justice for survivors.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and the measures she's included in that, and thank her for her promptness in doing that. I'd also like to thank her team, especially the Minister for Safeguarding, for listening to and providing support to constituents who've gone through such horrific abuse. Can I ask my right honourable friend how she will ensure that not only the individuals who were responsible for this awful abuse are caught and convicted, but also those who fail to protect and to support these vulnerable young people, because it's not just young women that have been affected in Oldham, it's also young men, and how they will be held to account. Thank you.
Margaret Friend is right to raise these important points. I know this is an issue she has worked on for many years. One of the things that we need to do is we actually need to strengthen the law on this. We need to have a much stronger legal framework in order to be able to make sure that there is proper accountability, not just the holding to account and properly punishing perpetrators of appalling abuse, but also holding to account institutions and individuals who fail to take the action that is needed to protect our children. And that means the duty to report, making it an offence to cover up child abuse, and also a duty of candour to be able to comply and to provide the information, to provide the transparency in these cases, and also looking at the other local mechanisms that we need in place in areas like hers and across the country to be able to make sure that there is proper accountability when things go really badly wrong.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement and my committee will look carefully at it. Professor Alexis Jay is in front of us on Tuesday next week and I'm sure we will come back with further points. But just 2 points today. The first is around duty to report. In many cases, reports were made, but the victims were simply not listened to and not believed. So what can she do to make sure that that changes? And I am not clear from her answers so far. Will the local inquiries have the statutory powers to compel witnesses, yes or no?
So, the first point, she is right that reports were often not listened to and not followed up. And in some areas what that means is that although recommendations were made, there was never any follow-up. There was never the proper implementation of standards to be able to do so. So, for example, in policing, we have never had a proper police management, a performance management framework in order to be able to make sure that standards are actually being met and that there is proper follow-up as well. And we need that stronger performance management framework in place. In the Telford inquiry, they were able to make progress and they were able to get to the truth using an existing local inquiry framework, and that was able to be extremely effective. In other areas, we have needed to have other action, including, for example, action by inspectorates to follow up. So there are different approaches we can take. We believe that the current system is not strong enough, and that is why we have set out work underway involving the Cabinet Office and involving local mayors and local councils in order to make sure that we can strengthen the accountability arrangements to be able to both follow up and support local inquiries where they are relevant, but also to be able to use existing powers that are in place as well.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a barrister and a former Crown prosecutor for 14 years, who dealt with sexual abuse and rape cases, can I tell this House that sexual abuse and assault occur throughout the United Kingdom, are not specific to any gender, race or religion. I mean, you have to just look at the Palico case in France. But there is one group of victims who are often not spoken about, that is young boys and young men. The level of sexual abuse that relates to them is completely underreported. I think it's a cultural thing, you know, boys must man up or they can't be shown to their feelings. Can I ask the Home Secretary, therefore, that when she's looking at these things, can the people who are going to be looking into this inquiry look at the fact that the abuse of young boys in particular?
My honourable friend is right to raise this point because it's one of the issues, in fact, that was raised as part of the independent inquiry's 2-year review into child exploitation. It identified teenage boys, young boys who are being exploited, and often identified patterns where they were initially being exploited online. And what started as online abuse and grooming and then led to contact abuse and rape and the most appalling violations as well. So she is right to highlight this issue. It's extremely important that this is taken into account and is part of the way in which local councils and local police forces need to respond.
Robbie Marr.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The House will be well aware that I have been consistently campaigning for a gang rape inquiry into child sexual exploitation across Keighley and the wider Bradford district for far too long now. So I welcome some of the points that the Home Secretary has made, particularly around the implementation of the 20 recommendations from the IPSA report. But unfortunately, I do not feel that the Home Secretary is going far enough. And there's just a few points that I would like to make, particularly around the ability at a local level to compel witnesses to give evidence. I have severe concerns around the amount of funding that will be put available. Will these local inquiries that the Home Secretary is wanting to advocate for be truly independent? And this isn't a case of a local authority marking their own homework. And will they lead to convictions? And also, Madam Deputy Speaker, when you have a local authority like the Bradford district, where local leaders have consistently refused to back my calls for a public inquiry, as has the Mayor of West Yorkshire and indeed the Deputy Mayor of West Yorkshire for Policing, Alison Lowe, how on earth are we meant to get across this barrier where local leaders are refusing to have an inquiry on this issue without the government stepping in and giving that statutory authority that we are demanding on this side of the House?
Well, I would say to them that obviously it's really important to ensure that there is independent scrutiny of he will be aware that the
inquiry in Rotherham that was led by Baroness Louise Casey at that time used inspectorate powers and was also clearly independent and managed to uncover serious problems that had gone wrong in Rotherham at that time. So there are different ways in order to do this. The Telford inquiry was funded locally and also managed to involve victims and survivors, and also managed to shape the inquiry in the way that the victims and survivors wanted. That's also an important thing to do. But the other thing I would just say is, for all areas, right across the country, the most important thing is still to get police investigations into going after the perpetrators, getting them before the courts and getting them behind bars. And whatever else happens, we have to keep the centrality of getting stronger police investigations to pursue perpetrators at the heart of what happens.
Power.
Child sexual exploitation and abuse are the most sickening, appalling crimes perpetrated against some of the most vulnerable youngsters in our communities. So can I strongly welcome this comprehensive new national plan of action to put victims first, and welcome the appointment of Baroness Casey to conduct a rapid review into the scale and nature of these grooming gangs. But can I also urge a cross-party consensus around this issue rather than the game playing and misinformation we've seen in the past week? The Home Secretary, the Safeguarding Minister and I have all been consistent that we should put victims at the heart of everything we do. My constituents in Rochdale know this issue is too important for political game point scoring, and everything we do should put victims at the heart of what we do. That's not just for victims of the past, but victims of the present.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. I know this is an area that he does a lot of work on, and he's right that the potential for the national audit by Baroness Louise Casey is to identify, properly to look at the scale and the characteristics of these appalling crimes right across the country, and also to then be able to make further recommendations about further work that may be needed, further investigations that may be needed as well. And we all know, anyone who has worked with Baroness Casey will know how independent and determined she will always be. But he's also right that this must still be about victims and survivors, and crucially protecting victims and survivors for the future, because we still don't have strong enough standards and strong enough protection in place. And unless those changes are made, we'll continue to let children and young people down.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary for her statement and the steps the government has and is taking to address this very serious issue. I appreciate that the timetable for the implementation of the ICSA recommendations cannot be immediately shared, but waiting until Easter means that there's a big period where we need to take some action. So will she explain what immediate steps the government is taking to ensure that all alleged victims who come forward are treated and taken seriously and listened to, and immediate action is taken to address their allegations, to serve justice and protect these children?
Well, I can assure the Honourable Member that some of the recommendations we are already taking forward. Some will be in legislation and will take time to pass through Parliament, because legislation also needs to change. But we are also taking immediate action to change the victim's right to review, so that if victims have been to the police, if they have been to the local authority, including parents have been worried about their children and they feel like nothing is being done, then victims will have a right to review, an independent right to review, not to just go back to the same police force or go back to the same Crown Prosecution Service, but actually to be able to go to an independent panel on child sexual abuse, to be able to get that independent look, so that we can get more cases reopened and so we can get the urgent action taken, which is what we need to keep children safe.
Natalie Fleet.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this action from a government that sees violence against women and girls as the national emergency that it is. With a Prime Minister, a Home Secretary and a Safeguarding Minister, with records of taking action to deliver for victims like me and many in my constituency. So giving birth as the result of grooming is a story that far too many of us share. And there are so many reasons why children and the women that they grow into don't speak out. And I want to share one particular story today. It's about the victim that told me that the perpetrator has threatened that if she speaks out, he will have access to her child, something he hasn't done so far. That means that she has to work so hard to hide his crime, to protect herself and her baby. Will the Home Secretary meet with me and other victims to talk about how we discuss changing the law to protect children born of rape? Thank you.
Can I thank my honourable friend for that incredibly important point, and also for the very shocking and disturbing story that she has told of victims continuing to be silenced, having already been through the most traumatic experiences, and then continuing to be silenced in order to protect the children, even though what actually needs to happen is that perpetrators need to be held to account and need to face the full force of the law. And she is right that we need to ensure that family courts cannot be used by abusers and rapists to persecute victims. I will happily meet her, and I know the Safeguarding Minister will too, and this is an issue that is also being taken forward by the Ministry of Justice.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Deputy Speaker, I think the House should be generous towards the Home Secretary. She's travelled a long way since last week by recognising there is a requirement for far more inquiries into the towns affected, and I think we should thank her for that. But there is still one thing crucial that is lacking from her presentation, her statement today, is whether these new inquiries will have the power to summon witnesses and require the production of papers. Now, only she, or the Secretary of State, or the Minister in the Act, can set up a statutory inquiry. In fact, the Minister specifying the inquiry can set the terms of reference, can decide whether it should concentrate on certain towns, can set the time frame, can set the budget, can appoint as many people as she wants to the panel so that different parts of the inquiry could run in different parts of the country concurrently. But is she really ruling out that any of these inquiries should be statutory inquiries? Because victims will only have the real freedom to speak out in either this place, this Parliament, as we have just very movingly heard, or in a statutory inquiry where they will be immune, legally immune from the consequences of anything that they say in an inquiry. Why can't she provide the victims with those protections?
So the strongest protection for victims continues to be through police investigations, and the police, of course, have full powers to pursue investigations wheresoever they may be found. There have been a series of local inquiries held in different ways, including the inspector investigation into Rotherham, where Baroness Louise Casey was the lead inspector and then did have powers to be able to get to the truth there, and also the Telford inquiry, which did not have those powers but still managed to uncover serious problems and also make serious recommendations. There are different ways in which to do this. We have made clear that we want to strengthen the accountability, powers and ability to make sure that there are answers given to local areas, and to do that alongside the work that we already have underway as part of the Hillsborough Law and as part of the duty of candour that we need to implement across the board.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary for the really important steps that she's announced today. Nothing must come in the way of victims getting justice or being listened to, or for us learning all that we can about how we protect the victims of the future. So can my right honourable friend tell us, in terms of the approach that she is taking today, if there are lessons that come out of these individual local inquiries that are repeated across the country that enable us to be better able to protect victims in the future? How are we going to coordinate getting those? And in terms of the question that she's just been asked, can she just explain why she believes that the sort of statutory footing isn't the right way to go, and the localised way that she's suggesting will actually ensure we get to the truth?
Well, he's right that we need to make sure that there is a proper follow-up where there are recommendations. So there have been over 500 different recommendations, particularly actually predominantly around child sexual exploitation, with many more around child sexual abuse much more widely. There currently isn't a proper process to be able to follow them up. It's one of the reasons why the independent inquiry talked about strengthening child protection arrangements, for example, through the Child Protection Authority, and having stronger arrangements in that way. It's one of the other reasons why we have said we need a new performance framework for policing in order to be able to have proper follow-up. We obviously have had already a statutory 7-year inquiry into child sexual abuse, and also a statutory 2-year investigation into child sexual exploitation and grooming gangs. Those reports have came out with really important recommendations, but one of the things that they identified was that, particularly on the issues around the gangs, there simply wasn't enough evidence or data to be able to do further work and further investigations, and that is why the next step has to be to have the national audit, the rapid audit that we have asked Baroness Casey to undertake in order to be able to get a much more extensive assessment of the prevalence and also scale of the nature of child sexual exploitation across the country.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Right Honourable Lady will know that I wouldn't for one moment question her integrity, and I certainly don't question her intent. But I am perplexed by the methodology. Dame Baroness Louise Casey, I think I'm right in saying, has one or two other things on her plate at the moment, but if she is able to deliver this audit in 3 months, then that can only be a good thing. But in her statement she said that Tom Crowther has agreed to work with the government to develop a new framework for victim-centred, locally led inquiries where they are needed, and then to set up effectively 5 pilot schemes. That in itself is going to take time, and it's kicking the can down the road. Now, we all know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the select committees of this House can take evidence, generate a report and publish that report in short order. It doesn't have to take 7 years. No, it can take probably less than 7 months. And I cannot for the life of me understand why, having heard everything that the Right Honourable Lady has said, she is so resistant to, one, a broad-based national inquiry rather than a very narrow 5-town inquiry, and 2, why she is so resistant to the statutory measures that will allow that inquiry to compel witnesses and evidence.
Yeah, correct. Very good.
Well, as he knows, the importance of any kind of independent inquiry is, of course, its independence, and is, of course, the decisions, therefore, made by the chair in order to how those inquiries should be pursued. The report and the inquiry led by Baroness J into child sexual abuse took 7 years. Those were the decisions made independently by Baroness J and by their panel, because they took evidence from 7,000 victims right across the country. They pursued detailed investigations in different areas, including into churches and religious organisations, including into residential homes and schools, and also including into child sexual exploitation and grooming gangs on our streets. And that particular inquiry took 2 years as well.
So what we want to be able to do is to do the rapid audit that fills the gaps that were left by the independent inquiry, for example, on the scale and the characteristics of child exploitation, child sexual exploitation across the country. That is the right thing to do in terms of the work that Baroness Casey will do. Secondly, to get more police investigations underway, including the victim's right to review, to get the police investigations underway. And thirdly, for Tom Crowther to be able to work with other areas where they have had local failings and problems and need to be able to pursue the kinds of local inquiry that Telford was able successfully to do in order to get to the heart of local failures and make sure that there is accountability as well.
White. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I remain shocked that only 2 MPs stepped up, attended and participated in the Alexis J 5-year inquiry into child sex abuse. My right honourable friend, the Member of Parliament for Rotherham, and Lord Mann when he was the Bassett Law MP. As the new MP for Bassett Law, it is my duty, my responsibility to carry on with this fight for justice. Wherever grooming gangs have been operating, whether they're in the white gangs, Pakistani origin gangs, church gangs, or behind the closed doors of private homes, the bright light of an inquiry, wherever they are needed, will expose who they are, where the cover-ups are, and who is responsible. Every single perpetrator should be hunted down and jailed. I have no time for the grandstanders or the people who turn a blind eye, and this is the biggest challenge of our Parliament. And I find it stunning that the Shadow Justice Secretary isn't in his place for this critical statement. Inquiries run in areas where the gangs are operating will give the sick and evil perpetrators no place to hide. National oversight from government is essential, ensuring swift legal action and the mapping of gangs, their links, their coordination, when and where they are ferrying girls from across the county lines is essential. And does the Home Secretary agree with me that we need to end this tyranny of child abuse and put words into action?
Here. Well, I agree with my honourable friend, and these are terrible crimes which have been ignored for too long. There are currently 127 major police operations underway on child sexual exploitation and gang grooming across 29 different police forces. But one of the things that the independent inquiry identified was that this is something, child sexual exploitation happens across all police force areas, happens across all communities, and all areas should ensure that they have the proper systems in place to make sure that they're actually following up what is happening to missing children, what is happening to the kids that stay out overnight and who are vulnerable or who go missing from residential care homes, because too often that is still not happening, and too often we still get reports, even though those are basic things that all police forces should be doing and all local authorities should be doing. And that is why we've strengthened the powers for victims to get a review. That is why we are requiring police forces to now look back at those historic cases, because we know that there are cases that are not being reported, we know that there are cases that are not being investigated, and that is where the fastest action needs to be, to go after those perpetrators who are still on our streets and who are still getting away with it and will continue to do so unless police forces and local councils work together to put perpetrators behind bars.
Tessa Munns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I refer the House to my register of interest, and particularly to the fact that I'm a director of Whistleblowers UK, a not-for-profit organisation. I'm the last remaining MP of the 7 members of the House of Commons who originally called on Theresa May for an independent inquiry into child sexual abuse. My experiences are on the record also. So I particularly welcome the acceptance of Professor Alexis Jay's recommendations and Baroness Louise Casey's rapid review into child sexual exploitation. Can I, though, draw the Home Secretary's attention to my concern about police investigations? Now, she's referred to the National Police Chief Council and to reopening cases, but I am concerned about people marking their own homework, and we know that there is an institutional resistance to being found lacking and to deep scrutiny. One of the primary whistleblowers with whom I was involved has waited years for the truth to out, and she's been threatened with being sued by senior police officers, and it would appear that complaints can only be made about junior officers who are called and investigate, and that there is no ability to complain about senior officers. And I am aware, I'd ask her to please look at the IPCC and the IOPC reports, whether they have been published or not, particularly where they have not been published, and where they've investigated threats, where there have been threats, as I understand it, from the police of suing members of those organisations about the findings that they have made. I think it's incredibly serious that we have organisations like the Independent Police Commission and
Home Secretary.
the Office for
Home
Police.
Secretary. Order. Home Secretary.
I'm happy to follow up with her about the very serious issues she raised. And she's right to say this cannot be about institutions just marking their own homework. And that's one of the reasons why we have made now the right to review an independent one. For child sexual abuse cases where victims feel that they have been let down by police force, by the Crown Prosecution Service, that they should be able to take that right to review, not back to the same police force, but to be able to go to an independent child sexual abuse panel in order to get a right to review, in order to see whether they can get their cases reopened and properly investigators and perpetrators pursued. She also knows that there are other routes as well to hold police forces to account, including the police inspectorate, which my concern is currently, although it can make recommendations, and for example, it has just found serious failings in Cleveland Police's response to child sexual exploitation, but too often those recommendations are not followed up because there are no powers to do so. So that's why we will also be changing the police management framework, performance management framework, to strengthen the ability of the inspectorate and also of the Home Office to ensure that action is taken to improve performance and to actually implement recommendations for improvement where there are serious problems that are found. And happy to talk to her about the wider policing reform that's needed to make sure that there is accountability.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the statement from the Home Secretary? And I know she's not in her place right now, but can I pay tribute to the member for Bolsover for sharing her story, which I know is very difficult to do, and the continued work that she's doing to support victims. It's really important that we finally act for victims and survivors. And can I welcome that the Home Secretary will be acting on the inquiry's recommendations. But can I urge her that the monitoring on the progress of those actions are public, and that she returns to the House to provide regular updates on those actions and that they are published. Thank you.
My honourable friend is right. We will need a process to be able to keep up to date in the things that happen, the next steps that are taken forward. We will do that through the Victims and Survivors panel that my honourable friend, the Safeguarding Minister, will be establishing, and also through regular updates as a result of the work that the cross-departmental group of ministers will be doing to pursue and take forward some of the recommendations.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the announcement today, and it's great to see some progress. And I won't cover what's been said about the legal powers piece, but I'm interested in the funding, because having led a commission back in Plymouth, the money that was used to pay for that came from the in-year budget of that local authority. And I appreciate the £7 million in total that has been announced. But you've talked a lot about the police. What additional funding are they going to receive to do this on a local level? What is the additional funding for the practicalities of that inquiry outside of those initial 5 local authorities? And also, what funding is going to come forward for the intervention interventions that might be recommended following the inquiries? Because we know local authorities are incredibly cash-strapped. This could potentially disincentive them to follow through on these local inquiries. And finally, is that £7 million new money into the violence against women and girls budget, or is it money that would have been spent elsewhere?
So the funding to support the various measures that we're taking forward, we identified up to £10 million for additional investment to be able to support further action. But I can't just stress enough that this has to be part of the mainstream work that agencies do, that police forces do, that local councils do as well, because tackling child sexual exploitation and abuse cannot just be an add-on. It can't be something that is only done if there is a particular announcement from the government. It's actually got to be done as part of their core responsibilities. The funding for police forces, the funding for local councils, and it's why we also want the work around violence against women and girls, the mission that we have set to halve violence against women and girls, again, to be the central mission right across agencies and right across the government as well.
I appreciate this is a very sensitive subject, but if the questions are long and the answers just as long, we're going to get very few people in. Chris Murray, show us how it's done.
Deputy Speaker. In her report, Alexis J notes that 1 in 20 boys and 1 in 6 girls in the United Kingdom is estimated to be a victim of sexual abuse. And we have had scandal after scandal in care homes and councils, in schools and in churches of grooming for decades. So can I welcome the appointment of Baroness Casey for her rapid review into grooming. I welcome that it is rapid because these victims deserve justice. And it is unbelievable to my mind that grooming is not an aggravating factor in the sentencing of child sexual offenders. Will the Home Secretary commit to restate her commitment to ensuring that it is an aggravating factor, that this will be done quickly and that it will be done by force, so child sexual offenders are properly punished by the law?
Well, my honourable friend is right. The inquiry identified 500,000 children being victims of abuse, sexual abuse every year. And the majority of cases are sadly within the family, and the betrayal by those who children should be able to expect to protect them. But there have also been huge betrayals, as he says, in residential homes, in other institutions, including faith institutions, the Church of England, the Catholic Church, as well as wider grooming online and on the streets in these terrible crimes. So yes, we will change the law, we will strengthen sentencing, we will make it an aggregated factor, because the punishment should fit this terrible crime.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's much to welcome in the Home Secretary's statement this afternoon, but she's resisted 6 invitations from honourable members to confirm that these government-supported local inquiries will have statutory powers. Instead, the Right Honourable Lady is relying on the duty of candour, responsibility and accountability. So let me try a different way. Does the Home Secretary is 100% certain that the duty of candour, responsibility and accountability is equivalent to statutory?
Well, what we need is to make sure that the crimes are investigated and also that there is proper follow-up in those areas where things have gone badly wrong. And we know that there are some areas where things have gone badly wrong. So the first stage has to be for the police to have full powers to be able to pursue these crimes and to be able to follow them wherever the evidence takes them, in order to be able to put perpetrators behind bars, because frankly that is where they should be in order to protect children and to keep them safe. And we also need to ensure that where things have gone wrong, there are sufficient powers to be able to get to the truth, sufficient ability for local organisations to be able to do that, and that no one can hide from accountability, no one can run away or obfuscate or use bureaucracy to get away with providing the answers and the justice and the accountability that victims need. So that is why we've set up a new programme of work to look at how you strengthen the powers available, how you strengthen strengthen the accountability available, part of that has to include the duty of candour. Part of it also has to include the duty to report, because there has to be these stronger responsibilities on people to report child abuse in the first place and to make it actually a criminal offence to cover it up. Because if the law isn't strong enough, we won't get the accountability and the action as well.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would encourage members opposite perhaps to heed the appeal from the Honourable Member for Eastbourne to stop scoring political points on such an important and sensitive subject. But I would like to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I really welcome the Home Secretary's announcement, in particular this government's commitment to take action to protect victims and secure justice by accelerating investigations and prosecutions. But can the Home Secretary confirm the support is there so that police forces like those in West Yorkshire have the resources they need to investigate and prosecute perpetrators of these horrible crimes?
Well, thank the Honourable Member for her question. We have increased the resources for police forces across the country by up to £1 billion next year. But also it's really important that all police forces see these kinds of crimes against some of the most vulnerable people in society as part of the core work on public protection and on keeping people safe that they must do.
Thank you very much. Can I start by paying tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Keighley and Ilkley, for his persistent campaign to get an inquiry into Keighley and Bradford. Home Secretary, Scotland is not immune from grooming gangs. Indeed, a survivors expert fears that grooming gangs are operating in every town and city in Scotland. So can I ask what discussions the Home Secretary has had with the Scottish Government about this to ensure a unified and coordinated approach across the United Kingdom? And lastly, just to add my voice to those others within the Chamber, why on earth can this inquiry not be backed by statute? The Inquiries Act of 2005 gives all the accountability and assurances that victims need and the communities need to ensure that the process is followed properly.
Well, he is right to talk about the child sexual exploitation and abuse that takes place in every corner of the United Kingdom. Obviously, the issues that involve police forces, we have responsibility from the Home Office for the England and Wales police forces, and therefore some of the changes that we are making around the review panel and the issues around performance, management and proper data on these areas will apply to England and Wales police forces. However, we are also working with the National Police Chiefs Council, which, as he will know, works very closely with Police Scotland as well to ensure that there is a national approach. And then what I would also say is we've obviously had the national inquiry, a nationwide inquiry into the both the child sexual abuse more widely and also into child sexual exploitation. It's really important that we fill the gaps in the evidence and that we actually take forward those recommendations alongside supporting those areas where there have been particular problems to get to the truth.
Chris Webb.
News today that Baroness Casey will take forward a rapid review into the scale and nature of grooming gang offences, because I know as Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner on the front line in Lancashire that there's significant underestimate figures of levels of exploitation and abuse that goes unreported and unidentified in towns like Blackpool. So what will the government do to ensure that systems are in place for reporting these crimes and command the confidence of the victims and survivors?
Well, my honourable friend is right. There needs to be easy to report crimes, but there also, I think, has to be a proactive duty on police forces and on local authorities, child protection authorities, to actually pursue the evidence of where these crimes are taking place, even when they are not being reported. Because if kids are going missing from home, particularly from residential care homes, they may not be reporting crimes, partly because they are being groomed and exploited, and so therefore alongside making it easier for victims to be able to come forward and to disclose the terrible things that have happened to them, there also is a responsibility on the authorities to pursue crimes wherever they're found.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm usually measured when I come here, and I'm worried
that actually the Labour government is playing us for fools here today. The Home Secretary has come here and picked 5 out of 50 towns and given no statutory powers. She's announced a review by the incredibly able Baroness Casey, but she's already doing a review into social care, and the review is not a review, it's an audit. Isn't the truth that the good members on the other side went back to their constituencies, and there are many of them across the country, and realised the strength of feeling felt by the public that this needs a national inquiry? This side get it, most of the backbenchers on her side get it. Why doesn't the Home Secretary swallow her pride and do a national inquiry?
I would just say to my friend, I was member that I was one of those who called for the independent inquiry into child abuse very many years ago, and supported the independent inquiry into child abuse, and also supported the 2-year investigation by that independent inquiry into child sexual exploitation, as well as some of the other investigations that it did as part of it. But we also have a responsibility to act when there are more than 500 recommendations from inquiries that are just sitting there with dust gathering on them. What we have to do is make sure that we actually get action, including the audit that we need from Baroness Casey, who will be taking that forward over 3 months before the Commission on Social Care gets going, and also making sure that we've got stronger police investigations, because frankly, if the police investigations don't happen, no one is going to get the protection that they need. And for Tom Crowther to work with the first local areas that want to take forward, local authorities, in order to develop a model and a programme that can be used in other areas wherever it is needed.
Jonathan Brush.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Child sexual exploitation is, without shadow or doubt, the most disgusting, degrading crime imaginable. And we have to, at all times, have the victims at the forefront of our minds. And I will say this. When members opposite bring forward amendments to important legislation that they know won't result in an inquiry, but will block child protection measures, and then spend the subsequent days spreading misinformation, they are letting victims down. Now, I welcome the national audit into grooming gangs. I welcome the reopening of police investigations to ensure criminals are brought to justice. But can I just check, the Home Secretary said it a number of times, the 5 local areas that she's identified, they are initial areas, they are pilot areas, and the ambition is, wherever these crimes are taking place, local inquiries can take place.
My honourable friend is exactly right. Wherever there are serious problems or failings, where it's believed that local inquiries are needed, we want those areas to be able to conduct the kind of effective local inquiry that Telford was able to do, rather than having to start from scratch. And that is why Tom Crowther will work with 5 areas in order to be able to draw up how do you most effectively learn the lessons from what happened in Telford, where victims and survivors felt supported and also felt that they delivered change, that things actually happened as a result, as opposed to just inquiries that sit on a shelf and let everybody down.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As well as withheld court transcripts, I've been pushing the Ministry of Justice for data on the following. How many Pakistani or other foreign rapists have been deported, are still in prison, did not serve a custodial sentence, are back in the same community as their victims, had previous convictions, have reoffended, full nationality breakdown of those involved in the gangs? The response: the requested information is not centrally identified in the data systems relevant to these questions. Now, if this was a state inquiry into the private sector, they would be accused of negligence. Now, my view on this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we firstly need a full national inquiry. This is a rotting stain on our country, and it needs to be exercised in full. It cannot continue to be kicked into the long grass. The British public want transparency, and they want to know the reason why this has taken so long to be dealt with.
Well, I would say to the Honourable Member that we do believe that better data needs to be collected, more comprehensive data. That's why I've said the overall data on child sexual abuse needs to be overhauled, including I'm making immediate changes to the gathering of data on ethnicity on both perpetrators and victims, because the system that we inherited from the previous government simply isn't strong enough, but we will need further changes as well. And on the issue around the foreign national offenders, where people have committed where foreign citizens have committed sexual offences in this country, they have no right to stay in this country, and we have to increase returns. And that is why, rightly, this government has increased returns of foreign national offenders by over 20% since the election.
The announcements the Home Secretary has made today. Disclosing abuse is a very difficult thing to do. Many victims speak out, but too often their words are not heard, or they're not taken seriously, or they fall between multiple agencies. So will the Secretary of State investigate how we can assist victims to disclose in the first place, and also ensure agencies act on those disclosures? Thank you.
My honourable friend is right to make this important point. One of the things we want to do by establishing a victims and survivors panel to work with the safeguarding minister, with other ministers on the taking forward of recommendations around sexual abuse, is in order to make sure that we are recognising those experiences actually about exactly how difficult it can be to come forward, and how people need to have the confidence that if they do come forward to do something incredibly difficult, that they will be listened to, that they will be taken seriously, and that investigations will follow.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome and thank the Minister for her in-depth explanation of what the government is and will be doing to ensure the safety of our children in the face of the most heinous of crimes. Since the vote on the amendment to the Children's Wellbeing Bill last week and the subsequent attention the vote attracted in the media, many of my constituents have written to me upset, angry and in fear over the grooming scandal. All the correspondence received demand the need for a public inquiry into the scandal to determine the failures, historic and present, on the part of the institutions involved, which led to these heinous crimes against vulnerable children to go on for so long, so wide, without being stopped and without the victims of the historic crimes being safeguarded and protected sufficiently. Madam Deputy Speaker, I finish with asking the Minister to confirm whether northern towns, like my own constituency in Blackburn, crimes of this specific nature of grooming gangs are still continuing to haunt our streets and vulnerable children, and whether further public inquiries are needed, whether further reports are needed to find out why this has gone on for such a long time. We need to provide Madam Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, we need to provide my constituents and everybody across the country solace.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse and the 2-year inquiry into child sexual exploitation concluded that child sexual exploitation is happening right across the country, that action is needed right across the country, and there are currently, the task force reports, 127 major police operations underway on child sexual exploitation and gang grooming across 29 different police forces. And that is why it's so important that recommendations from those inquiries are implemented, that we actually get action to protect children, to protect young people who too often are let down when inquiry recommendations are ignored.
I need you to work with me to get the final 10 members in, otherwise there'll be a lot of disappointment. And if you haven't been in here bobbing the whole time, there's no point trying to catch my eye now. Luke Murphy. Forgive me. George, David Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the statement from the Home Secretary, a statement full of action. And I'm pleased that last week I supported the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill to start implementing much-needed safeguarding measures, unlike some of those opposite who attempted to wreck the bill, spread misinformation, which led to abuse online towards many members. And it's on that point, Madam Deputy Speaker, I asked the Home Secretary whether she is aware and shares my concern about the most rapidly evolving form of child sexual abuse taking place online, including artificial intelligence facilitated child sexual abuse material. Can the Home Secretary outline what plans the government has to tackle and strengthen the law in this area?
My honourable friend is exactly right, as well as the measures in the Child Wellbeing Bill, including on proper identification of children to strengthen child protection, which is crucial. We also need much stronger measures to tackle online abuse and exploitation. I feel really worried about the pace at which this is escalating, that it involves both online grooming and abuse and indecent images, but also the impact of drawing young people into contact abuse as well. We will bring forward new laws in this area.
Can my right honourable friend confirm that the new Victims and Survivors panel will have representation from regions across the country to ensure that victims' voices are heard loud and clear? And would she also agree with me that we need to dial down political opportunism that we've sadly seen from some members on the opposition benches?
Yes, the Victims and Survivors panel will include people from all across the country. And I think the inquiry into child sexual abuse did have cross-party support, and I really hope there will be cross-party support for implementing the action that we need and that I have set out today.
Jill German.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend has pointed out, the victims panel really does need countrywide representation. So as a Welsh MP, can she confirm to me that Welsh voices will be heard loud and clear?
We'll ensure that Welsh voices are heard loud and clear.
Ben Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of my constituents have contacted me with their concerns about child abuse and child exploitation, and they will be relieved, I think, that the government is no longer, as the previous government did, allowing this to be kicked into the long grass, but is taking action, not least with the Casey Rapid Review. And one thing I think they'll be concerned about is the fact that official figures at the moment underestimate woefully the scale and the nature of grooming activities. And how can the Home Secretary ensure the House, ensure me and my constituents, that in future the reporting systems will be such that they can guarantee the confidence of victims and survivors?
My honourable friend is right, and some of this is about giving victims and survivors the confidence to come forward and report abuse. Some of it is getting agencies and organisations to take seriously the risk factors so that they identify potential crimes and pursue them as well. And some of it is making sure that we have much stronger data requirements on police forces, on local authorities, so that we're collecting information and data. This was the first recommendation of the independent inquiry. We are taking it forward. It has been not taken forward for far too long.
Sean Woodcock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for her statement. There are victims and survivors in many communities, including my own of Banbury, and I welcome the steps that she has announced. I also want to commend the contribution to debate by my honourable friend, the member for Bolsover, and the honourable member for Eastbourne. Because I would ask the Home Secretary if she agrees with me that the voices that matter when we discuss how we tackle these issues are not those of billionaires, politicians or talk show hosts seeking to weaponise the pain and suffering of the victims and survivors, but it is those victims and survivors themselves who we should be listening to above all.
My honourable friend is right. We need to make sure victims and survivors are at the heart of this. 7,000 victims and survivors did give evidence to the independent inquiry. That is a really hard thing to do. So we owe it to them to make sure that there is action as a result of the testimony they gave, rather than just leaving inquiries to sit on the shelf.
Peter Swallow.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a number of constituents have contacted me on this serious issue, and I've made it clear I'd welcome any further inquiry that was able to command the support of experts and victims and build on the recommendations of the J report, rather than choosing to ignore them or delay action. Will my right honourable friend confirm that's exactly what she set before the House this afternoon? And does she believe, as I do, that on this basis these measures should command support from across the House?
Well, I do hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that these measures do command cross-party support, because ultimately we need the stronger action from policing, from local authorities. We need cross-government action and action across communities to do the things that we've been told need to change for more than 10 years, and yet for too long they simply haven't. And that's why we urgently need this action to keep children safe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the statement today from the Home Secretary on the actions she will take to implement the Professor Alexis Jay recommendations. There are another set of recommendations by Professor Jay on which my constituent has been campaigning, and those are the recommendations on safeguarding the Church of England. Professor Jay called for an independent process for safeguarding oversight and operations within the Church. The Synod is discussing this next month, but will the Home Secretary agree with me that measures must be brought forward before this House to be approved by this House without delay?
My honourable friend is right to point out that there were obviously many further inquiries as part of the overarching national inquiry into child abuse, including on church and faith organisations as well. Some of the recommendations were for those organisations to take forward. They do need to ensure that they do, and that they are responding, and that they have strong enough child protection arrangements in place. But we will be monitoring and looking at the recommendations from all of those reports as well.
Rushworth.
Thank you. Can I thank the Home Secretary for her answers today that have already clarified the number of the questions that I would have wanted to raise with her. I'm also grateful for the victim-centred approach that she's taken. One of the challenges, I think, though, is that when a child is being groomed for sexual exploitation, that person doesn't always know that they're a victim at the time until they're an adult living haunted by the past. And so I wonder what more can be done to help children to recognise themselves what is happening in their lives.
I welcome the really important point my honourable friend has made, and we see this as part of the wider work we're doing around tackling violence against women and girls, is actually to ensure that children, that young people have the confidence to be able to recognise abuse, to be able to recognise exploitation, and it is something that I know the Education Secretary takes immensely seriously and is looking at how to take forward.
Final question, Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Child sex exploitation is a vile crime that violates the trust, safety and dignity of children. Perpetrators of such despicable crimes, individuals or groups, no matter what race, religion or creed, must face the full force of law. Can I commend the Home Secretary with her statement today and the steps that are set out in her statement, especially victims' right to review, because there are so many victims that feel that the authorities have neglected their position. Can the Home Secretary please give a timetable in relation to the duty of candour, even an estimate, because the Home Secretary, I'm sure, will know justice delayed is justice denied.
Well, I can tell the House that the work is underway at the moment on the drawing up of the Hillsborough Law. It was part of the King's speech to be taken forward as a priority in this Parliament, and that work is being done across the Cabinet Office and across the with the Ministry of Justice support as well. But it is part of the wider work we are looking at how to make sure there can be proper accountability where there are things that fail, where people are let down, alongside both the duty of candour and also the duty to report.
Well done for everyone that kept their questions short. We most definitely got everybody in. Thank you to the Home Secretary. I'll give the front benches a few moments to swap over.